out about it from Deputy Director Dan Bongino. What we learned is very disturbing and outrageous. Political conduct by the Biden FBI. As most of you know, this year Senator Johnson and I made records public relating to our investigation of Arctic Frost. Arctic Frost was the FBI investigation that became Jack Smith's electoral case against then-citizen Trump. We've shown that partisan FBI agents and the Department of Justice prosecutors created and advanced that matter. And they did so in violation of FBI rules. We've shown the FBI expanded the investigation to almost 100 Republican groups and individuals, even including Charlie Kirk's Turning Point USA. And we've learned that Arctic Frost included the targeting of at least 8 Republican senators, the same ones that I invited to that briefing. In 2023, Biden FBI sought and obtained cell phone tolling data about my colleagues' personal phones. We've been told the date range for that data was January 4th through January 7th, 2021. This is obviously an outrage, obviously an unconstitutional breach, and Attorney General Bondi and Director Patel need to hold accountable those that are involved in that serious breach and wrongdoing. And I am confident that those 2 officials will do just that. Now, based on the evidence to date, Arctic Frost and related weaponizations by the federal law enforcement under Biden was arguably worse than the Nixon Watergate scandal. I've also been informed that Arctic Frost documents, like the ones targeting Republican, have been hidden in a prohibited access file. Now, let me tell you what I think prohibited access file is. It might be legitimate for national security. It might be legitimate for intellectual property. It may be legitimate for personal privacy of American citizens, but it should never be used what it was used for, to hide things from the public that would embarrass bureaucrats and government officials and maybe even political officials. So, as I've made public through my oversight, when files are in a prohibited access file, they receive what the FBI calls a false negative search result on their database. So that means that if you ask for emails or some records of the FBI and they type it in, it doesn't show up, so then it doesn't exist. Clearly, this impedes responses to congressional oversight and court cases. It allows for misconduct. Because of whistleblowers informing me of this serious problem, the FBI is now reviewing these file types. And only because of that review, the document about targeting 8 Republican senators was located. Lastly, I started Arctic Frost investigation July 2022. Now, it has taken years to get records and to advance the investigation. Sometimes my oversight work is done quietly outside the public eye. But what the public is now seeing is the importance of congressional oversight, the importance of whistleblowers exposing government misconduct. My whistleblowers deserve great thanks for what they've helped to expose. We were all shocked and outraged by the unjustified fishing expedition Deputy Director Bongino informed us about. The FBI told us in our briefing that not a single one of my colleagues on the list was under investigation. So, the FBI did its dirty digging without legitimate predication. We expect Patel and Bongino shut this abuse down and do it immediately. And I want my colleagues and Iowans to know that I won't give up until I've followed all the facts and accountability is delivered for the American people. I yield the floor and suggest the absence of before.
Clerk, call the roll.
Ms. Osterbrooks.
Mr. President,
Democrat leader.
ask unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, it's now been a full week, a whole week, of Donald Trump's government shutdown, and the country is feeling the sting of Republican intransigence. Over 700,000 federal employees have been furloughed. Services are being disrupted. The Wall Street Journal reported this morning that businesses nationwide with government contracts are in peril. The Republican manufactured disaster did not need to happen. The government is shut down for one reason, and one reason only. Donald Trump and the Republicans would rather kick 15 million people off health insurance, would rather raise premiums by thousands and thousands of dollars a year on over tens of millions of Americans, rather than sit down and work with Democrats on fixing health care. That's the reason. They'd rather kick tens of millions off health care than sit down with us and work with us on addressing this so important issue, so important to the American people. Now, Americans are frustrated. The cost of living continues to go up. Donald Trump's tariffs have sent grocery prices spiking. It's even more expensive now to buy a cup of coffee. First things many people drink in the morning, they're going to see Trump's tariffs hurting them. People are worried about paying more on their electricity bill. 41 states have seen increased prices. Why? Because in their mania of hating clean energy, they cut out so much of wind and solar being the cheapest form of new energy to go on the grid. Americans are pessimistic that any of this is going to get any better, and they blame President Trump and the Republicans. A CBS poll from a few days ago found that 75% of Americans don't think the administration, the Trump administration, is focusing enough on lowering costs. Fixing health care would be at the top of the list for lowering costs for people. Now, Democrats want to reopen the government right away. We want to have a serious negotiation to fix health care so that people can see their costs go down. And we can do both. Fix health care and reopen the government. This is not an either-or thing, which Republicans are making it. The American people don't like it. Democrats have been consistent. Our position remains the same. We've been saying it for months. Republicans are shutting down the government because they refuse to address the crisis in American health care. One sentence sums it all up. Republicans are shutting down the government because they refuse to fix and address the crisis in American health care. Now, our Republican colleagues, being against public sentiment, are flailing. On the one hand, it's starting to sink in for Republicans that their position of not fixing health care is untenable in the eyes of the American people. As President Lincoln said, public sentiment is everything. Well, public sentiment is building on fixed higher every day, and it's not going to recede. It's getting even stronger. Republicans refuse to acknowledge that public sentiment is not on the side of Trump and Johnson. And Johnson has become the #1 roadblock to ending a shutdown. He sent everyone home for 3 weeks now. If you care about fixing the crisis, if you care about reopening the government, how the hell do you keep your House not in session for 3 weeks? And now but even so, Johnson himself is feeling the heat. At first, he and his caucus were telling Republicans in the House, don't talk about health care. They knew the American people were against what they thought. Johnson's leadership team explicitly told members in a memo not to mention health care when talking about the shutdown. Of course, that didn't work, because the public knows overwhelmingly that we need lower health care premiums, and that's what Democrats are fighting for, and that's what's preventing the Republicans from coming to the table. They don't want to fix it. That's why they're causing the shutdown. So, feeling the heat, Speaker Johnson held a press conference yesterday and said perhaps one of the most ridiculous things I've heard from Republicans in a long time. He said, "Look me right under the camera," said Johnson, I'll tell you very clearly, Republicans are the ones concerned about health care." As he did, he couldn't look right into the camera. Deep in his subconscious, he knew he wasn't telling the truth. What he said was nonsense. He couldn't even look in the camera when he said this because he knows the American people don't buy what he's saying. Republicans are the ones who cut $1 trillion for Medicaid, who tried to repeal the ACA. 3 times we asked them to vote to sustain it after the new year. 3 times they voted it down. So that's first. And second, Donald Trump is making all these terrible threats led by the evil Mr. Vote. Trump is saying he's going to fire people en masse, saying that federal workers don't even deserve back pay, even though he signed the law guaranteeing back pay in 2019. Again, they're threatening, they're bludgeoning, they're using the American people, government workers, as pawns. But these kind of tactics from the administration are backfiring. Americans don't like being used as pawns. Even if they're not one subject to being held hostage, they don't like watching it happen. And the American people know clearly that it's Republicans who are in charge. Republicans have the White House. They control the House and the Senate. So when people are laid off, when people are not paid, when people are not getting back pay, they know it's the Republicans trying to do it, even though they're using it to try and bully us. It's not Democrats who are threatening to fire people or threatening to withhold back pay. It's the Republican side, Donald Trump, saying all of this, and the American people know it and will blame them for these mass firings and chaos. The data is very clear that trying to use the public as political pawns will backfire for Republicans. And plenty of Republicans in Congress know this. That's why behind closed doors, some Republicans are praying the administration tones down its threats, because these mean-spirited tactics by Russell Vote aren't going to win in the court of public opinion or in the hearts and minds of Americans. Look, Republicans are tripping over themselves because they're divided on the core issue, fixing people's health care. When someone on the hard right, the hard right, Marjorie Taylor Greene openly says Republican leaders are wrong and that we need to fix the premiums, that's how you know how deeply Republicans are split. Let me read what she said. Quote, this is Marjorie Taylor Greene, not Chuck Schumer. "I'm going to go against everyone on this issue," health care that is, "because when tax credits expire this year, my own adult children's insurance premiums for 2026 are going to double, along with all the wonderful families and hardworking people in my district. More Republicans should listen to her, because on this issue, she's right on the money." Meanwhile, Democrats' position hasn't changed. We urge our Republican colleagues to join us in a serious negotiation to reopen the government and extend ACA premiums. It's the right thing to do for the American people, and by doing it, we'll be able to quickly reopen the government before any more serious damage is done by the Republicans to our country. And finally, on nominations, Mr. President, today the Senate will vote to advance the nomination of Jennifer Mascott of Maryland to be a circuit court judge for the Third Circuit. I'll oppose Mascott's nomination because she does not seem to have any other qualification for the job other than this. She's a career loyalist, a sycophant to Donald Trump. She has no connections to the Third Circuit. She's never lived in Delaware. She's not even licensed to practice law in Delaware. In fact, her only link to the state is a beachside summer home. If you look at Mascott's resume, the only time she's ever really practiced law is the 2 years she worked in the Trump's Department of Justice. That's it. And you're putting her on the circuit court? One of the most important courts in the country? Well, the only reason Donald Trump's putting Mascott on the bench is because he thinks she will do whatever he wants from the bench. She'll be a total Trump sycophant. Not look at the law, not look at the facts, Just look at Donald Trump and see which way he's nodding and follow it. This nominee is another Trump example. It's another troubling example of the Trumpification of the federal bench, where loyalists replace jurists and obeisance to Trump matters more than adherence to the law or precedent or even the Constitution. It's just like what we saw yesterday in the Judiciary Committee. Pam Bondi exposed herself as woefully unqualified to be Attorney General, but a supremely obeisant Trump deputy is what she is instead. She spent her time dodging questions, hurling insults, and, most importantly for Donald Trump, defending the president's interests more than anything else, even if the law or the facts or the truth pointed strongly in the other direction. This troubling pattern of obeisance, above all, in our judiciary system is dangerous, troubling. So I will oppose today's nominee and urge my colleagues to do the same. Yield the floor. Note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk, call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Senate quorum call.
Yes.
I would ask unanimous consent the quorum call be suspended.
The objection?
Mr. President, we are now in day 8 of a government shutdown, and which is truly unfortunate and unnecessary, and totally at the behest of left-wing Democrat special interest groups who have pressured the Democrat leadership into a position that makes absolutely no sense to any thinking person. I want you to think about where we are. Think about this scenario. You have a bill passed by the House of Representatives over here in the Senate, 24 pages long, clean, short-term, nonpartisan, no policy writers, no Republican priorities, a clean resolution to fund the government, which there are 55 senators, 55 out of 100 senators are voting for the clean, short-term funding resolution that would open up the government. The President of the United States has said that as soon as it is passed in the Senate, he will sign it into law. So what you have is complete, unified support for a short-term funding resolution to keep the government open and make sure that all the government employees who are currently being impacted and their families can get back to work and get paid again. And so it's always interesting when the Democrat leader comes down here and describes this fantasy world where the bill that they proposed, which would only get 47 votes here in the United States Senate, not even 50, not 51, not a majority, and certainly not the 60 that are necessary to pass consequential legislation in the Senate, it wouldn't get a single vote in the House of Representatives. So they've got a bill, a proposal that they say keeps the government open that can't pass the Senate, wouldn't pass the House, and wouldn't be signed into law by the president. You tell me who is responsible for the government shutdown. Republicans passed a bill in the House, over here in the Senate, 24 pages long, sitting right at the desk. We can pick it up and pass it today, send it to the president, who will sign it into law, the government opens up again. Or you can take this proposal the Democrats have, which has a $1.5 trillion in new spending, allows for free health care coverage for non-citizens, completely obliterates the $50 billion rural hospital fund that we put in place to support rural hospitals in this country who are struggling. And they think that would pass, doesn't pass here, doesn't pass the House, wouldn't get signed into law of the president. So just a logical person, think about this. Think about the juxtaposition of those two positions, and you tell me who is shutting the government down. We have a straightforward, simple proposition. A 24-page funding resolution to keep the government open with no partisan policy riders, no gimmicks, short-term, funds the government through November the 21st to give us an opportunity to continue to do the government funding the way we should do it through the appropriations process, where we have the committees meeting and Republicans and Democrats contributing, and then bring it to the floor and have an open amendment process here. That's the way the government should normally be funded. And so what this does is provides a short-term extension in order for all that to happen. That's all that we're talking about. Now, they have other issues they want to bring up, which I've said before, we're happy to discuss. And yes, there are some things that I think there's interest on both sides in trying to address when it comes to health care in this country. But you can't take the federal government hostage and expect to have a reasonable conversation on those issues. The government needs to be funded. Federal employees need to go back to work. Federal agencies and departments need to be open and providing the services that the American people expect. It's that simple. And that's really what this is all about. Again, nothing more, nothing less, nothing else. It's whether or not they want to support a 24-page funding resolution that keeps the government open, or continue to vote for $1.5 trillion in new spending, free health care for non-citizens, and completely wiping out a $50 billion rural hospital fund that's designed to support rural hospitals in this country. Something that would get 47 votes here in the Senate, and not a majority in the House of Representatives, wouldn't get a single vote, honestly, among Republicans in the House of Representatives, and would not be signed into law by the president, versus something, again, passed by the House, here at the Senate. All we need is 5 more votes. There are a majority of United States senators today who support the short-term funding resolution, 55 out of 100. We need 5 Democrats. You tell me who's shutting the government down. And Mr. President, I think that the public is coming wise to this debate and this argument, and these fallacious arguments that are being made by the Democrats. In fact, there's a new Harvard-Harris poll that came out Monday that found that 70% of voters oppose the government shutdown. 70%. And of interest to my Democrat colleagues, 65% of voters, including 63% of independents, think Democrats should end the shutdown by accepting a continuing resolution like the clean funding resolution I just described that's in front of us. So what are my Democrat colleagues doing? Well, after their resounding defeat in the presidential election last November, you'd think they might be paying attention to the strong majority of voters who would like the shutdown to end as well. Now, you'd think they might notice that 63% of independents, voters I'm sure Democrats would like to capture in the next election, want Democrats to accept a resolution like the clean CR in front of us. But you'd be wrong. Because, Mr. President, Democrats are still deeply enthralled to the far left. And they're taking their marching orders for this shutdown from far left interest groups. And I mean that literally. A recent Axios article reported, and I quote, "Progressive grassroots groups are blasting congressional Democrats on speed dial to hold the line in any negotiations to reopen the government," end quote. Now that followed an Axios report that found, and I quote again, "Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer and his staff are closely coordinating their government shutdown strategy with outside liberal groups." Backing down and helping fund the government like Schumer did in March is unacceptable, the groups have told his team, end quote. Backing down and helping fund the government like Schumer did in March is unacceptable, the groups have told his team, end quote. And so the liberal groups say, jump, and Democrat leaders say, how high? Forget the robust majority of independents who want Democrats to end this shutdown. You know, Mr. President, back in the day, and by back in the day, I mean as recently as 6 months ago, the Democrat leader was a pretty passionate opponent of government shutdowns. Yeah, he was an opponent. So much so that even though he didn't like the continuing resolution we passed in the spring, he voted for it anyway because in his words, and again I quote, a government shutdown would be far worse, end quote. But then progressive groups got big time mad. And now the Democrat leader is leading the charge to keep the government shut down indefinitely, apparently. And all those federal workers and hardworking Americans he was so worried about before seem to have just slipped his mind. In fact, Democrats have barely reacted to the fact that federal workers are going to start missing pay. Mr. President, when we realized that we were going to need a continuing resolution to allow us more time to complete the fiscal year 2026 appropriations bills, Republicans wanted to do everything we could to ensure that there was no government shutdown, which is why we put forward a clean, continuing resolution with no Republican policies or partisan policy riders. We knew a shutdown would be costly and disruptive for hardworking Americans, and we were determined to ensure the Democrats had no reason to oppose our CR. The Democrats weren't deterred by the fact that there was nothing for them to object to in our bill, and they decided to oppose it anyway. Now, Mr. President, Democrats will get another chance this week to vote to keep the government open. And I hope that the Democrat leader and Democrat senators can summon up some of that concern they used to have about shutdowns and vote to reopen the government. At the very least, if the Democrat leader is too worried about his polling to vote to reopen himself, he could allow Democrat senators who do care about the functioning of our government to join Republicans to reopen. Mr. President, I yield the floor. I understand that there is a bill at the desk that's due for a second reading.
The clerk will read the title of the bill for the second time.
S-2983, a bill to reauthorize the Cybersecurity Information Sharing Act of 2015.
Mr. President, in order to place the bill on the calendar under the provisions of Rule 14, I would object to further proceeding.
Objections heard. The bill will be placed on the calendar.
Mr. President.
Majority Whip.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, following up with what the majority leader just said, I have here the Washington Post from this morning, and they have an editorial. And what they have in bold print, it says, Democratic leaders play a dangerous game. That's what the Democrats are doing. We just heard the majority leader talk about what we're trying to do, what we're facing, how Chuck Schumer is being held hostage by the liberal groups who set up the war room with him. And what we see is a dangerous game being played and threats to the American people. This goes on to say there is a clean funding bill on the table. This is the Washington Post, Mr. President, this morning. There is a clean funding bill on the table. Only a handful of Senate Democrats need to vote for it. Instead, the majority leader is leading the minority leader is leading the Democrat Party into a box canyon. Can't get out. And it's a dangerous game, and it's not just dangerous for them, it's dangerous for the American people. That's where the danger lies. So I come to the floor, Mr. President, because the American people are facing an immediate crisis. And they know why. Anybody watching knows why. It's because Senate Democrats have now voted 5 times against a clean, bipartisan, continuing resolution that would open the government today. This is day 8 of the Schumer shutdown. Day 8. Country is held hostage by the Democrats, and they're playing a dangerous game. This isn't a game, Mr. President, but that's what the Democrats have turned it into. So the question before us is simple. What have the Democrats accomplished during this dangerous game that they're playing? October 10th, on Friday, in 2 days, Border Patrol agents and other federal workers will receive only half a paycheck. That's the result of the Democrats' dangerous game. It'll be their last paycheck until and at least the Schumer shutdown ends. Democrats vote to reopen the government. They could do it today. House of Representatives passed a clean continuing resolution, current funding levels. Democrats voted 13 times under Joe Biden for a continuous resolution to keep the government funded. Continuing resolution funds our military, pays for law enforcement, continues food assistance for moms and young children, keeps small business loans flowing. 13 times they voted for this. Now they reject it because they want to please their radical extreme base, the base that has put up a war room that Chuck Schumer has bowed down to. That's what we've just heard from the majority leader, that they're the ones calling the shots. And that's why we find ourselves in this situation. Democrats are demanding radical new policies before they allow the government to reopen. I've seen their demand letter, $1.5 trillion in new expenses, as the majority leader just outlined here on the floor. Their ransom note is filled with liberal policies. I look at it, it is stitched together like Frankenstein's monster. $1.5 trillion in reckless new spending. Free health care for non-citizens. Free Medicaid for working-aged, able-bodied adults who refuse to work. There are over 5 million of these individuals in the United States, and yet they refuse to work. And the Democrats want them to all get free Medicaid. $50 billion the Democrats want to cut from vulnerable rural hospitals, hospitals in rural communities. Do the Democrats not care at all about those communities, even though there are rural communities in their states? They are beholden to the big cities and the mayors, the sanctuary cities that control the Democrat Party. That's what we're dealing with here. That's why the Washington Post calls what the Democrats are doing, as I pick it up again, Mr. President, a dangerous game. They're holding the American people hostage to extract far left-wing concessions. They're telling our service members their paychecks are negotiable. They're telling small businesses their dreams are collateral damage in a partisan fight. They're telling mothers and young children that WIC benefits are leverage for the far left demands of health care for non-citizens. Republicans remain committed to ensuring families receive the support they deserve. The Democrats have chosen repeatedly to keep the government closed for political purposes only. American families are feeling the pain nationwide. In Georgia, more than 100,000 federal employees are wondering where they will find the money to pay their bills and buy their groceries. In Arizona, 344,000 children enrolled in SNAP face uncertainty. The benefits are running out. Time is of the essence. Shutdown Democrats are telling these families problems aren't urgent. Well, they're urgent to those families, and the Democrats don't seem to care. In New York, almost 500,000 individuals who rely on WIC will lose access at the end of this week. It's already Wednesday. We're talking about pregnant women. We're talking about new mothers. We're talking about young children. They depend on this program. In Illinois, every week the shutdown continues. It costs the state's economy over $500 million. That's jobs lost, paychecks missed, opportunities evaporated. In Michigan, small businesses face delays of $92 million in loans because the Small Business Administration is frozen due to the shutdown. These businesses are the backbones of our communities and our economy. They should be able to make payroll, keep their doors open, not as the Democrats continue to play what has been termed a dangerous game. In Nevada, for each month the shutdown continues, consumer spending from lost wages will fall by over $200 million. It's money that won't flow into local businesses, won't pay rent, won't put food on the table. In New Jersey, telehealth programs are on hold. I'm a doctor. Without these programs, patients could be put at greater risk. In New Hampshire, workers maintaining our nuclear attack submarines, they face furloughs and unpaid work. But this goes beyond missing a paycheck. This is about national security. The Schumer shutdown, the dangerous game that he is playing, puts America's safety at risk. At airports nationwide, we are already seeing the direct effects of the shutdown. Flights are being delayed, security lines are growing longer. Even the head of the Teamsters Union, Sean O'Brien, says that Democrats' political theater is something he can see right through. He says a shutdown will hurt working people, period. American workers are not a bargaining chip. That's the leader of the Teamsters Union, Mr. President. He goes on to say, senators should stop screwing around and pass the House-passed clean short-term funding bill. That's where we are today. He's right. But regrettably, Senate Democrats are treating the American people as bargaining chips, as hostages, and that's why they sent the list of demands as ransom. Democrats have now voted 5 times against opening the government, 5 times against supporting our military, 5 times against paying law enforcement officers, 5 times against food assistance for women and infants and children, 5 times against the small business loans that help Main Street. 5 times Democrats have looked at the mounting damage of the Schumer shutdown and shrugged their shoulders. That's the situation we have today. The American people overwhelmingly say Democrats should pass a clean continuing resolution and end the shutdown immediately. There is a clean bipartisan resolution before the Senate, ready for a vote right now. It reopens the government today. It would protect the paychecks and the programs the American people depend upon. It would end the uncertainty that is gripping millions of American families. The question is not whether the Democrats can end the shutdown. It's will they have the integrity to do it, or will they continue to play this dangerous game with our nation and with our families. And Mr. President, on a separate matter, before Senate Democrats shut down the federal government, they shut down the very Senate floor on which I stand. And they did it by freezing the confirmation process. For months, their blockade created a growing backlog of qualified nominees, so many of which have come out of committees with bipartisan votes. Nominees for positions that during prior administration sailed through the Senate by unanimous consent or by voice vote. But not with this Democrat minority. Oh, no. So in September, Senate Republicans broke the blockade. And now the blockade is being cleared. At the peak of the Democrat obstruction, more than 150 well-qualified nominees approved by Senate committees were waiting for a vote on the Senate floor. Yesterday, Mr. President, we confirmed 107 of those nominees, and we did it in a group. This is one of the largest confirmations in the history of the United States. Now there are only 26 nominees on the executive calendar. Our committees are hard at work to approve more nominees, and we're going to confirm them in short order. As of this morning, President Trump has had 298 nominees confirmed in his second term. By comparison, at this point, Joe Biden had confirmed only 201 in his first and only term. President Trump had confirmed only 183 nominees at the same time in his first term. So the Senate's constitutional duty of advise and consent is now back. President Trump now has his team confirmed and ready to be sworn in. From assistant secretaries to ambassadors, United States attorneys, the federal government is better positioned today to keep our nation safe and secure and prosperous. Senate Republicans are going to continue to work to get America back on track, no matter what obstacles the Democrats continue to throw in our path. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Minority Whip.
Mr. President, I came to the floor a few minutes after Senator Thune, the Republican leader, spoke, and I missed part of his statement, but I think I heard most of it. I listened carefully to the statement by the senator from Wyoming, and let me say at the outset that I consider them both to be friends. We disagree on many things politically, but over the years I've come to work with both of them and look forward to doing that again someday. I was disappointed in both of their statements because of what was not said. How can you talk about the government shutdown without ever mentioning health care costs to American families? How can you do that? I mean, it's a situation where we understand, I hope, that the Democrats are not in this position for any reason other than to stop the dramatic increase in health care premiums that American families will face unless we do something and do it now. State after state, the notices are going out that the cost of health insurance for working families in America is going to go up dramatically, in some cases more than 100%. And that is going to be hurtful to many. They'll have to look for different health insurance plans that they can afford, which means more money out of pocket, or they're going to drop their health insurance coverage altogether. How can the Republican leaders stand before us and even refuse to acknowledge that that is the issue that drives this government shutdown? The Republicans are insisting on their approach to the budget because they don't want to see American families protected when it comes to these health insurance increases. And the increases are already being announced. 10 states so far have announced them. October 27th is the magic date, if you will, for the announcement in my state of Illinois. I know what's going to happen. I'm going to hear from hundreds, if not thousands, of families across my state that increasing the cost for families is creating a hardship they never anticipated. We believe on the Democratic side, this is the time to act now, to move together to stop these increases from taking place, because these increases were part of the big, beautiful Republican budget. The Trump budget, voted for by every Republican senator and no Democratic senators. The Trump budget, which of course he signed into law, that's what's leading to these increases, because the plans, the Affordable Care Act insurance plans, are no longer going to enjoy a subsidy, a tax credit to help families pay the premiums, and that's why the cost is going to go up so dramatically. We can change it. We can do it, but we have to do it quickly. We ought to move on it this week. I wish the House of Representatives were in session. They haven't shown up for 2 weeks. Speaker Johnson happens to believe that being AWOL is the right thing for his Republican members. I don't think it's the right thing for America. Democrats and Republicans should be in this Capitol negotiating, sitting at a table together. And the first item on the agenda has to be health care costs for American families. All this talk about dangerous game and radical left policies and managements, it is not a radical left idea that a working family ought to have affordable health insurance. It is basic in America. As flawed as our health system is in this country, and as great as it is in many respects, if people cannot afford to have their coverage for their family, then hardship, it follows. That's the real reason. You say, well, what about the cost? Remember, this is an administration that wants to give $20 billion to Argentina. $20 billion this president's planning on giving. I'm worried more about 20 million Americans who will lose their health insurance if we don't do something and do it quickly. The American people get it. This issue has gone from the Beltway to the backyards of America. People know that this is coming, and they're worried about it, and they should be. They want us to do something, and they want it done now. And we are making the fight on this continuing resolution because it is timely, and we need bipartisan support to pass it. So let's do something positive in a bipartisan way. And dealing with the cost of health insurance is my approach that I would suggest. Let me take this to another issue that is near and dear to my heart, and that's what's happening in my home state of Illinois. We all know the popular quote, when someone shows you who they are, believe them the first time. Or in President Trump's case, if a person shows you who they are 1 million times over, believe them. President Trump has shown us his unlawful and inhumane priorities over and over again, city after city. He continues to deploy militarized immigration agents and National Guard troops to more American cities purely for political theater. He wants America to talk about the Texas National Guard in Illinois, not about health care costs facing American families. But it's not going to work. Unfortunately, the men and women of the Texas National Guard who are in the state of Illinois as of yesterday have been sent off on a political assignment, political theater. Instead of working to find a bipartisan way to reopen the government, lower the cost of health care, President Trump is focused on scoring points against his perceived enemies. Just yesterday, 200 or 300 members of the Texas National Guard joined federal law enforcement officers in Chicago, along with President Trump's loyal FBI Director, Kash Patel. The truth is that the arrival of the Texas National Guard and the FBI Director will not make Chicago safer. It will only escalate the unnecessary and dangerous situation this president himself has created. I still can't get the image out of my mind from 2 weeks ago when the ICE officials in full combat gear carrying long rifles were marching down Michigan Avenue. It was a hateful effort that is used to provoke people into strong emotional feelings. This administration's unlawful use of military resources to police American cities makes our country less safe, and it's a mistake that will be remembered in the history books. I pray that the court system will respond accordingly as they did in the case of Oregon in Illinois when the hearing tomorrow is brought before the federal judge. Deploying the Texas National Guard without the consent of Illinois elected officials is, in my estimation, unnecessary and unlawful. The Posse Comitatus Act expressly forbids the use of our nation's military for civilian law enforcement unless expressly authorized by statute or the Constitution. National Guard personnel do not deserve to be used by the president's political pawns. And let me say and make it clear, as much as I regret the decision by the Texas governor to send his National Guard troops into Illinois, and as much as I want them to leave immediately, I do not make those statements at the expense of the individuals who are in the Guard and volunteered to serve their state and nation. The same thing is true with the federalized Illinois National Guard. They are doing what they are ordered to do, as according to the military standards. But the bottom line is, we all know they are not fighting crime. If the Trump administration truly wants to help Chicago, and I don't believe they do, and Illinois, it won't defy our elected leaders. It will work with us. It would restore millions of dollars it suspended, the Trump administration suspended, in crime prevention and public safety grants. Instead, this administration has chosen to use America's military to create chaos and sow fear in our cities. We all agree on the importance of reducing crime and making our communities safer. The president claims his aggressive immigration raids and threats to deploy troops are to help get violent criminals off the streets. I come to the floor 2 straight days, and this is the third, to condemn what happened last week in the city of Chicago on Tuesday. A South Shore apartment building was raided in the middle of the night. Doors were crashed down. Families were rousted out of their bedrooms. Many of them brought out to the street and questioned as to whether they were in America legally. Some were American citizens, we don't know how many, and we certainly don't know if there were any criminals found as a result of that. No report. But we do know this: what happened on that street on that night was not the way America does business and shouldn't be. It was to terrorize these families with no warrant for their arrest and no suspicion that they had committed crimes, simply because they looked Hispanic and maybe looked like foreigners, I'm not sure. This action was taken against them. These attacks are part of Stephen Miller's personal agenda for mass deportation at any cost. They've pulled FBI, DEA, and ATF agents from their assignments, important assignments to stop narcotics and other things, to carry out the president's immigration agenda. They've stopped working on fighting crimes like terrorism, gun violence, human trafficking, and drug smuggling, to land a helicopter near a building in Chicago and to bring 30 families out into the street in the middle of the night. I have fought for humane reforms to our immigration system and evidence-based ways to reduce crime in our cities. If the president is serious about fixing our immigration system or lowering crime in our communities, I'll join in on that effort. But sending a militarized federal immigration agents and National Guard troops to our communities is not the way to do it. These actions have accomplished what I believe is the president's true intention, sowing fear in the hearts of our communities, especially our immigrant communities, and consolidating the president's power in Washington. The actions taken by this administration undermine the very fabric of America, a nation that was founded on the belief that all people should be free from tyranny. I remember a time when every member of Congress would have risen in outrage if the administration attempted to use the military unlawfully against the cities and communities and states that they represent. Unfortunately, this time has passed. There's nothing but silence from the other side of the aisle. Congressional Republicans are content to stand aside in abject servility to this president as he tramples the Constitution. But Americans should not stay silent. People across Illinois are peacefully making their voices heard and letting this administration know the attacks on our city will not go unchallenged. As a senator from Illinois, I'll do everything in my power to hold this administration accountable for their unlawful actions. They may think this is a diversion of attention from the basic issue of controlling healthcare costs and helping working American families afford their health insurance. I think it's much more. It is a threat to our republic and our Constitution, and I hope that others will join me in condemning this activity. I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
Senator from Hawaii.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that I be permitted to speak for 5 minutes, Senator Heinrich be permitted to speak for up to 10 minutes, and Senator Daines be permitted to speak for 5 minutes prior to the scheduled votes.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that I be given permission to use a prop.
Without objection.
Mr. President, it is day 8 of the government shutdown, but it is day 19 of the House being on vacation. How is it possible that the party in charge of the government is sitting at home while the government is shut down? Well, let's take a look. So this is the House schedule. These yellow blocks are work days. It's already a pretty nice schedule. Most people, if they are fortunate, get either 7 days or 10 days of vacation. Some people get less, some people get more, but nobody gets this amount of time off. Now, we call that a district work period or a home work period, and that's true. We need to be home to interact with our constituents, but that's what August is for. So here's what happened. They left early on the 25th, specifically to avoid a vote on the Epstein files. Then they had this week off, 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 this day off, come back. 1, 2, 3, long weekend. 1, 2, 3, 4, long weekend. 1, 2, 3, 4, long weekend. Another break, another break, another break, and now they're saying another break. Get back to work. Get back to work. We are facing a healthcare crisis, and we didn't pull this out of some Democratic strategist lab. And the presiding officer knows this in his home state. Prices are about to spike disproportionately among people who voted for Donald Trump, disproportionately in rural communities, disproportionately among farmers. And they're not going to spike a little. This is not like normally 4% increase is now 7%. For 22 million Americans, the price of health care is about to go up 114%. 114%. So you can find some people who are only paying like a 40 or 50% increase, and you still can't afford that. Most people can't afford a 40 or 50% increase in the cost of almost anything. But healthcare is a big chunk of the cost of living. And so here we are, as Democrats, saying, help us help you, Republicans. You created this mess that is causing your signature legislative achievement to be a drag on your electoral chances. And if we were a little bit more cynical, we would just let you stew in it. But we want those 24 million people, 22 million people to have relief. And so we're simply saying, we can open the government tomorrow morning if Donald John Trump realizes that he's hurting his own people. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the following remarks be recorded in a different part of the journal.
Without objection.
I want to follow up on what the Democratic whip is talking about in the city of Chicago and the state of Illinois. We all swore an oath to the Constitution, and I am honestly scared. I used to do this sort of shtick on Twitter where I would say, the thing about what Donald Trump said on Twitter is that and then I would just say, he's trying to take your health care away. And my point was, that's a distraction from the main issue, which was that he was going to try to take your health care away. That's not true anymore. He's going through with these authoritarian actions. The last time he posted that one of his political enemies should be jailed, it was James Comey, and then James Comey was indicted. This morning he pled not guilty. His trial is in January. And so this morning, Donald John Trump, with the assistance of the Texas governor, who is endlessly servile to him, is mobilizing over the objection of the Illinois governor 200 or 300 troops to go into Chicago to do nobody knows really what other than to terrorize people. They're belaying off a helicopter into an apartment building in urban Chicago. Give me a break. Unless you think this is theater, this morning Donald Trump is in one of his moods and he says, Governor Pritzker should go to jail. Are we to assume he's kidding this time? Are you sure he's kidding this time? Oh, he's just trolling. Last time, 3 weeks ago, he clearly wasn't trolling. The Attorney General went through with what he asked. And so I'm asking my Republican colleagues who swore an oath to the Constitution and love this country just like I do, to say, publicly or privately, I don't care. Enough is enough. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from New Mexico.
Thank you, Mr. President. There is a national monument in New Mexico that is extremely important to me and our community. It's called the Organ Mountains Desert Peaks National Monument. And it has rocky spires that jut into the sky and preside over bustling communities in southern New Mexico. It's also home to nearly 250 archaeological sites, including some of the earliest Native American heritage sites in North America, and places like Shelter Cave, Conklin Cavern, and the Aden Lava Flow Wilderness. This January, the Bureau of Land Management issued its most recent monument management plan for Organ Mountains Desert Peaks. It sets out in this plan how the land will be used over the coming decades. And it came after years of engagement with public land users. From comment periods to public meetings to feedback sessions, input from public land users is the heart of how we administer our public lands across the country. In the end, land use plans like this one take time and are the result of hundreds, even thousands of people's work that deserves respect. And that's why I'm here. Beginning this week, the Senate is voting on 3 resolutions of disapproval on resource management plans prepared by the Bureau of Land Management. Now, resource management plans are a pretty simple idea. Every decade or two, public land managers look at a region as a whole and figure out how to balance all the competing different uses of public land across that landscape. They figure out where recreation should be prioritized and where prime game habitat should be protected. They figure out what land should be available for uses like grazing or oil and gas production. They identify important cultural sites and historic resources that deserve our protection. And they also determine which land use requirements can be eased for things like pipelines or transmission lines. They do all of this with the input of local communities, recreation businesses, public land users, tribal governments, energy developers, and more. But I'm here now because Republicans want to rescind these land use plans through the Congressional Review Act. And by doing that, they brush away all of the local voices and community input that went into making these plans. Imagine telling tribal communities that their opinion no longer matters on their ancestral lands. Telling hunters that their opinion no longer matters on the lands they used to fill their families' freezers. Telling hikers that their opinion no longer matters on the routes that they know like the back of their hand. Telling local communities that the way their land is used is no longer of importance. Telling all of us that our voices do not matter when it comes to the very lands that are our American birthright. And here's the thing, they're doing it across the board on every resource management plan since 1996 without even admitting it. So let me walk you through what they're hoping that you won't notice. First, it's important to understand that resource management plans affect nearly every use on public land, from bird watching to coal mining. These plans get a whole rewrite every few decades, but in between, smaller amendments are made to address specific places and specific uses that need to be updated. These amendments are the normal way for new administrations to change plans that they disagree with, until today. Now, instead of using the usual amendment process, which involves all of those same stakeholders, Congress is voting to outright overturn and repeal these plans. Until today, Congress had never, ever used a congressional resolution of disapproval to change or overturn a land use plan. That's because no administration has ever considered these land use plans to be quote-unquote rules under federal statute. So let me say that again. No administration, none, since the Congressional Review Act was passed in 1996, has ever treated land use plans as rules. So here's what that means legally. No land use plan has been submitted to Congress, a legal requirement for rules. It's never happened. And because the Congressional Review Act prohibits rules from going into effect until 60 days after they are submitted to Congress, and no administration has ever submitted one, then every land use plan after 1996 never legally went into effect. And if they never went into effect, then all of the leases and permits and rights of way that flow from those plans may not be legally valid. That means that every grazing permit, every energy right of way, recreation permit, outfitter guide permit, timber sale, even oil and gas lease issued under a plan finalized after 1996 could be litigated. Every single one. That's bad. And it's not just because it's unprecedented, but because the actual impacts on real Americans could be devastating. For the country, it means potential chaos and uncertainty about what areas are protected on public lands. One of the resolutions under consideration this week is for a land use plan in Alaska. And a vote for that resolution would mean that the Ambler Industrial Corridor will be built. This is a 211-mile private access road that would destroy some of Alaska's wildest habitat and waterways to produce minerals, all for a foreign company. As someone from American Hunters and Anglers said, using slightly more colorful language that I'll leave out, this move obliterates years of public input from hunters and anglers and uses taxpayer dollars to prop up, I'll say it again, a foreign-owned mining company. The headline describing this road in Outdoor Life magazine reads, "The Ambler Road project would jeopardize one of the last great wilderness hunts in America." Now, Mr. President, I've been fortunate enough to hunt caribou in Alaska, And I have to say, I doubt that my grandchildren will ever have that opportunity. And what's even more concerning to me is the impact that the Ambler Industrial Corridor will have on subsistence hunting and fishing. This private industrial mining corridor will carve its way, in addition, through gates of the Arctic National Park. You heard me right. We are sacrificing one of our most spectacular national parks to enrich a foreign mining company. I have to think that Teddy Roosevelt is rolling over in his grave. The damage will be irreparable to the landscape, to our American birthright in these public lands, and to one of the largest caribou herds in Alaska and the communities that depend on that herd. Imagine sweeping away years and years of input, conversations, not just about the public lands on one landscape, but to public lands across this country. All because you what? Found a quicker, easier way? One where you didn't have to listen to anyone? One where some senators in Washington, D.C. get to override and replace the opinions of every single American who contributed to those plans. That's nuts. Even if you don't care about how land is used by hunters or hikers or tribes or cattle growers or energy producers, if all you care about is how our lands are used to produce fossil fuels, then look no further than my state. Look at the Bureau of Land Management leases that have been issued in the Permian Basin. And know that when you vote for these resolutions, when you turn these resource management plans into so-called rules, you call into question those leases, all of them. Know that you are choosing, what you are choosing may be easier, but it is wrong and it is destabilizing. I would urge my colleagues to vote no on all these resolutions of disapproval. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President. The distinguished senior senator from Montana.
Mr. President, in the final days of President Biden's administration, he quickly and quietly issued a rule that had massive impacts on Montana's economy. This happened after the election. Biden's BLM issued an amendment to the Miles City Resource Management Plan that prohibited all new coal development in eastern Montana. Shuts it down. This means that the BLM prohibited all new coal leasing in the Powder River Basin. By the way, that is the home of the largest coal reserves in the United States. And they did this despite strong opposition from local counties in Montana, local elected officials. In fact, the entire Montana congressional delegation and the governor of Montana himself, Greg Gianforte. In fact, Governor Gianforte specifically requested that the BLM director withdraw that proposed amendment during the BLM's official, quote, governor's consistency review, and Biden's BLM ignored him. And when the governor submitted an official appeal to Biden's BLM director, our governor was rebuffed. This lack of respect for Montana's local and statewide elected officials cannot be ignored. It will not be ignored, and it's going to get changed and reversed today with the passage of the CRA. Let's be clear what this Resource Management Plan amendment is and what we're doing today with this Congressional Review Act. The RMPA is an attack on Montana jobs. It's an attack on Montana communities. It's an attack on Montana's energy production. It's an attack on Montana's economy. What today's resolution does is it rolls back officially Biden's war on Montana coal, and it does not affect the underlying resource management plan. What we're doing today is we are disapproving of Biden's ill-conceived amendment and nothing else. This CRA does not prohibit the BLM from issuing a new amendment. The CRA simply prohibits the new administration from issuing a substantially similar coal amendment, and in this case, that means they can't permanently prohibit any new coal development. Today, you may hear from the other side of the aisle that the sky is falling. That is absolutely not true. What we're doing today is righting a wrong, something the Biden administration slipped in after the election, and we're grateful that we were paying attention. We're going to right this wrong. A midnight Biden rule that was issued without the support from the state of Montana. Talk about federal bureaucratic overreach. Taking this action this day, today, will lead to more Montana jobs, more Montana energy, by the way, more Montana tax revenue to support K through 12 education and stronger communities in eastern Montana. I urge my colleagues to again, like we did last night with the procedural vote, to support with this final vote Montana jobs, Montana communities, and to vote yes on its passage.
Under the previous order, the clerk will read the title of the joint resolution a third time.
HJ Res 104, joint resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code and so forth.
The question occurs on passage of the joint resolution. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Mr. Rono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Bozeman, Britt, Collins, Daines, Ernst, Hoven, Johnson, Justice, Marshall, Schmidt, Sheehy. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Hickenlooper, Merkley, Ossoff, Peters, Wyden. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Husted, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Crapo, aye. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Rounds, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Ms. Also Brooks, no. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Durbin, no. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Banks, aye. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Gallego, no. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mrs. Hyde Smith, aye. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Langford, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Sounds like a lot of. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. King, no. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Moreno, aye.
You see not agree to or not invoked.
Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Coons, no. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Markey, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 52, the nays are 47, and the joint resolution is passed. The Democratic leader.
I move to proceed to the motion to reconsider the cloture vote on the motion to proceed to S2882.
The question on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
I move to reconsider the cloture vote on the motion to proceed to S2882.
Questions on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
I yield the floor.
The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Yeah, thank you. Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the motion to proceed to calendar number 167 S2882, a bill making continuing appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2026, and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that the debate on the motion to proceed to S2882, a bill making continuing appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30, 2026, and for other purposes shall be brought to a close upon reconsideration? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Bennett, Blunt Rochester, Coons, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kim, Klobuchar, Markey, Murray, Padilla, Peters, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Slotkin, Van Hollen, Warner, Warren, Welch, and Wyden. Mr. Reed, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Blackburn, Bozeman, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoven, Johnson, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, Lummis, McConnell, Marino, Mullen, Murkowski, Paul, Ricketts, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Schiff, aye. Mr. Barrasso, no. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mrs. Hyde Smith, no. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Merkley, aye. Ms. Smith, aye. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Ms. Brooks, aye. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Marshall, no. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. McCormick, no. Mr. Moran, no. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mr. Budd, no. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. I did grow up going to Redskins games, but. Mr. Schmidt, no. Mr. Justice, no. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Husted, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Booker, aye. Mrs. Britt, no. Mrs. Moody, no. Mr. Rounds, no. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Schumer, aye.
Okay. On this vote, the yeas are 47, the nays are 52. 3/5 of the Senate duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative. The motion upon reconsideration is not agreed to.
Mr. President,
Senator from Kansas.
I move to proceed to the motion to reconsider the cloture vote on the motion to proceed to H.R. 5371.
Questions on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. Senator from Kansas.
I move to reconsider the cloture vote on the motion to proceed to H.R. 5371.
Questions on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion, we the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the motion to proceed to Calendar 168, H.R. 5371, an act making continuing appropriations and extensions for fiscal year 2026 and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the motion to proceed to H.R. 5371, an act making continuing appropriations and extensions for fiscal year 2026 and for other purposes, shall be brought to a close upon reconsideration? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks? No. Thank you. Ms. Baldwin? Mr. Banks? Mr. Barrasso? Mr. Bennett? Mrs. Blackburn? Mr. Blumenthal? Okay, good. Thank you. I got you. I got you. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Thanks. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran. Thank you. Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff. Oh, he did not. Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Britt, Budd, Cornyn, Cortez Masto, Daines, Fetterman, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Justice, Marshall, McCormick, Moody, Marino, Ricketts, and Rounds. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Alsobrooks, Baldwin, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Coons, Duckworth, Durbin, Gallego, Hassan, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kelly, Kim, Klobuchar, Lujan, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen, Smith, Van Hollen, and Welch. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Reed, no. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Paul, no. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Young, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Boozman, aye. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Yes, you did. Mr. Blumenthal? No.
Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Mullen, Mr. Mullen. Aye. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran. Aye. Mr. Haggerty, Mr. Haggerty. Aye. Mr. Hoven, Mr. Hoven. Aye. Mr. Thune, Mr. Thune. Aye. Mr. Markey, Mr. Markey. No. Mr. Warnock, Mr. Warnock. No. Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Heinrich. No.
On this vote, the yeas are 54, the nays are 45. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative, the motion upon reconsideration is not agreed to.
Mr. President,
Senator from Tennessee.
what is the pending business before the Senate?
Their clerk will report the pending business.
Calendar number 115, S2296, a bill to authorize appropriations for fiscal year 2026 for military activities of the Department of Defense and so forth and for other purposes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we know that under Joe Biden and Chris Wray's leadership, the FBI, it turns out, was truly rotten to the core. In many ways, they oversaw the worst political corruption of the justice system in our nation's history. And now we have proof. They raided Mar-a-Lago. They indicted President Trump on baseless charges and weaponized America's top law enforcement agency against conservatives, against parents, and against people of faith. On Monday, we found out that this abuse of power had reached the halls of Congress. Thanks to internal FBI documents provided by Director Patel and Deputy Director Bongino to Chairman Grassley, we now know that the Biden FBI tracked the private communications of 8 U.S. senators, including me. Now, what we have in common is this. We're all Republicans. We all support President Trump. And we all had questions about the 2020 election. According to the documents that were given, the FBI tracked who we were calling on our phones, who was calling us, where we were physically located when the calls were made or received, and how long each call lasted. This is an abuse of authority. It is despicable, and we know that their abuses were far greater and more numerous than those abuses to us. Now, earlier this year, Chairman Grassley released whistleblower disclosures showing that the Biden FBI obtained the government-issued cell phones of both President Trump and former Vice President Pence. Last month, we learned that the agency launched a political investigation into nearly 100 Republican and conservative groups, including the Republican National Committee, the Republican Attorneys General Association, and Charlie Kirk's Turning Point USA. We're only learning about this weaponization of government against conservatives because the Trump administration is committed to total transparency for the American people. The work that President Trump, his administration, Attorney General Pam Bondi, Director Patel, and Deputy Director Bongino are doing is so appreciated, not only by us, but by the American people. It is time for the weaponization of government to stop. It is time to make certain that these individuals who did this, that were part of the CR-15 unit that worked with Jack Smith, that were working on Arctic frost, it is time for them to be fired from their positions. And I appreciate that this work is taking place each and every day. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the next portion of my remarks be placed separately in the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yesterday, my colleagues and I that are on the Judiciary Committee had the pleasure of hearing from Attorney General Bondi, who has done so much to restore accountability and transparency at the U.S. Department of Justice. Instead of waging political investigations, the department under her leadership is focused on enforcing the rule of law. And that includes enforcing the rule of law in Memphis, Tennessee. As we speak, the Justice Department and FBI are among the 13 federal agencies that are on the ground working with local and state officials to support the Memphis Police Department and to lock up violent criminals. In just over a week of operations, President Trump's Memphis Safe Task Force has delivered tremendous results. As of Monday, authorities have made 321 arrests. This includes 82 that were on ICE warrants, 41 on gun charges, 18 for sex offenses, and 1 for homicide. This is on top of the 503 gang members that were arrested by the FBI in their work from July 15th to September 15th. So having the additional agencies there is support that has truly been needed in Memphis to sustain this work that is rooting out gangs and criminals. Last year, the city of Memphis saw the highest crime rate in the country. In some parts of the city, shootings, robberies, murders were a daily occurrence. Memphians have long demanded action to address the city's crime crisis, but the Memphis Police Department is short 500 officers, with just over 20 people in their current recruitment class. With federal law enforcement helping keep the peace, Memphis police are now empowered to track down repeat violent criminals, including gang members who have terrorized city residents for too long. At the same time as the Memphis operation, the Trump administration has surged federal resources to other crime-ridden cities to restore law and order. In Portland and Chicago, ICE agents have had to overcome obstruction efforts by Democrat elected officials. They have had to push back on Democrat elected officials to enforce the rule of law and to detain criminal illegal aliens. To preserve the hard-fought wins of the Memphis Safe Task Force and federal law enforcement across the country, we need to make certain that these violent criminals are behind bars. Yet, in too many cases, soft-on-crime prosecutors and judges have allowed violent criminals back on the streets without bail to continue their criminal activity. Last year in Memphis, an 18-year-old who was released without bond after stealing multiple vehicles went on to murder a man in an attempted robbery. Just days earlier, a man released without bail after being charged with auto theft and unlawful possession of a weapon killed a Memphis police officer in a shootout. During a Judiciary Committee hearing that I chaired last week on Blue City chaos and tragedy, State Senator Brent Taylor, who represents parts of Memphis, told me that soft-on-crime prosecutors are the weak link in the work Memphis is trying to do and the work that Memphis law enforcement is trying to do. Their DA is the weak link. After years of senseless violence, we cannot allow the hard work of the Memphis Safe Task Force to go to waste. To ensure that the rule of law is enforced, I recently introduced the Keep Violent Criminals Off Our Streets Act. This legislation is backed by the White House and it would ban the award of certain federal funds to states and localities that limit the use of cash bail. There must be consequences for these leftist officials who put criminals ahead of law-abiding citizens. There have to be consequences for these prosecutors, these DAs that continue to practice cashless bail policies. So, banning these jurisdictions from having those federal funds is a way that we can say enforce cash bail and get these violent criminals off the streets. I yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Hello, Senator from Arizona.
Mr. President, can we suspend the quorum call?
Without objection.
Mr. President, in just a few weeks, millions of Americans will start the process of picking new health insurance plans. And I believe a number of them are going to see the cost of their health insurance double. This is, unfortunately, it's not a mistake. It is the price of Washington failing them. And it's not just a number on a bill. It's the first sign for these families that their lives are going to be much harder. We are now 8 days into a government shutdown. But make no mistake, this debate isn't about something happening here in this building. It's about the price Americans pay for their health care. Because if we don't work together to extend the Affordable Care Act's premium tax credits, millions of families will see their health insurance costs skyrocket overnight. Last year alone, 309,000 Arizonans used these tax credits,
saving them an average of more than $400 per month. Many of them would need to pay hundreds of dollars more per month. Some will see their costs more than double. That's money that a lot of families simply do not have. That means cutting groceries, skipping a car payment, or saying no to the next time that their kid asks to join a school activity, like a Little League team. For a lot of folks, it will mean losing coverage altogether because they just cannot afford it. So now these families are going to be one accident or one illness away from financial ruin. This uncertainty could also mean that insurers exit the marketplace, leaving people with limited coverage options. These are not hypotheticals. Over the last week, I've spent time on the phone with Arizonans who've reached out to my office to share what these tax credits mean for them and what also happens when they go away. I want to share a few stories from these folks who are already bracing for the worst. Because if anyone here is still wondering what this debate is about, this is it. So I talked to a guy named Rusty from Tucson. He's a cancer survivor. He runs his own small business in Tucson. He also takes care of his mother, who is in memory care. He told me, this is a quote, "I've been using the marketplace for years. Last year I paid $277 a month for my plan. I've now been told my premiums could jump to between $450 and $600 a month. That will not be sustainable short-term or long-term. The premium tax credit has made it affordable for those of us who need health insurance but can't go out to the general market. I have to have health insurance," he said. "But there's really no way I can afford what is about to happen." Rusty's not asking for anything extraordinary. He's asking to keep what's already working for him, the ability to afford care while he works hard and contributes to his community. Robin, who is 60 years old, she lives in northern Arizona and is trying to save for retirement. She said, and this is another quote from Robin, "These subsidies have been crucial in making health insurance affordable. I am struggling to pay for my living expenses as it is. My work has not been enough to provide me with a full-time salary, and although I do have some other form of income, it is still not enough for me to live on should my health care subsidy disappear. I feel like many of us middle-class Americans," this is Robin, quoting her, "who are caught up in a trap of helplessness because we do not qualify for other benefits. And yet, we do not make enough in order to sustain a healthy quality of life, considering how everything that we need to live on has increased in price. The expiration of these subsidies could lead to significant increases in healthcare costs and potentially make it difficult to maintain coverage." Now, Robin doesn't qualify for Medicaid, but she does work hard. She just wants to be able to afford health insurance until she reaches Medicare eligibility. And Robin said she is not looking for a handout. She is looking for a hand up. Cricket, who is 63, is a realtor from Phoenix. She's self-employed and not yet eligible for Medicare. So for the past 8 years, she has relied on the Affordable Care Act for her health coverage, and if the tax credits go away, her coverage will become unaffordable. She told me, this is a quote again, from Cricket, "Without it, I would have faced bankruptcy. If premiums rise or these subsidies go away, I could lose my home and everything I've worked for. Health care shouldn't be a privilege, it's a right. Daylene, this next story should remind all of us of what's at stake in this fight. Daylene from Casa Grande was diagnosed with congestive heart failure 20 years ago when she turned 40. Doctors told her that she might live 1 or 2 years. She said because of these credits, she has been able to afford her insurance and medication that literally keeps her heart beating. She wrote to us, "My monthly cardiac drugs cost alone would be over $2,000 without my insurance from the ACA." She continued to tell me that these credits gave her more than health care. It gave her freedom to leave an abusive marriage because before that she relied on her husband to afford her health care. That's what this is about. When people can't afford health care, they stay in situations they shouldn't stay in just to keep their coverage. A job they don't want, a city they do not want to live in, maybe farther from family, and in the worst case, an abusive relationship because they need affordable coverage. Survival, dignity, and freedom, that's what we are talking about here when we talk about affordable health insurance and care. In Arizona, Mr. President, people like Rusty and Cricket and Daylene and Robin, they do not have lobbyists. What they have is faith that when they write their senator, someone will listen. I'm not just listening, I'm fighting for them, and thousands more across my state who are in the same exact position. These are hardworking people. They are doing everything right. They're not asking for special treatment. They are small business owners who have to purchase their own plans. They are older Americans who aren't yet eligible for Medicare, and folks who live in rural Arizona and don't get health care through an employer. There are hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of these people across the country. They're asking for all of us here in this body to work as hard for them as they do for their families. And what makes this so frustrating is how simple the solution is. We can vote today to extend these tax credits and reopen the government. But so far, Donald Trump and my Republican colleagues would rather use people's health care as leverage than sit down and work with us to protect it. Arizonans are counting on us to do what's right, not for political points, but for people's lives. That's our job, and I'm here ready to work on this with my Democrat and Republican colleagues across the aisle in this chamber and in the House of Representatives and in the White House. So let's get this done. Thank you. I yield the floor.
Senator from Alabama.
Mr. President, I come to the floor today to talk about one of the greatest threats facing our country today, Islamic extremism. You know, 24 years ago, September 11, 2001, nearly 3,000 innocent Americans were murdered in a coordinated terrorist attack carried out by radical Islamic extremism. Those of us who lived through that day remember exactly where we were when those planes hit the buildings. That day changed this country forever. We were smacked in the face with the reality that there are people who are so hell-bent on destroying America that they will kill themselves just to try to harm us. That's reality. It sends shivers down your spine, but it's true, and it happened. In the aftermath of 9/11, we created the Department of Homeland Security. Basically, we went to war. We spent the following 2 decades unsuccessfully attempting to westernize the Middle Eastern countries most responsible for this attack. We strengthened surveillance and gave up personal freedoms in the hopes of preventing another large-scale attack. But 20 years later, we have to ask, have we made any progress at all in rooting the evil of radical Islam out of this country? Have we done it? Let's be honest. Radical Islamic terrorism didn't go away after 2001. In 2009, 13 people were killed in a mass shooting at Fort Hood by an Army psychiatrist who was radicalized by Islamic teachings. In 2013, 3 were killed and hundreds injured when 2 brothers detonated bombs at the finish line of the Boston Marathon. They were inspired by their radical Islamic beliefs. Then in 2015, an ISIS-inspired couple killed 14 people and injured 22 at a party in Southern California. In 2016, Omar Muteen killed 49 people and injured 53 more at a nightclub in Orlando, Florida. Muteen pledged allegiance to ISIS during this attack. It continued in 2019 when a Saudi military trainee opened fire at the Pensacola Naval Air Station, killing 3 Americans, including 1 young man from my home state of Alabama. Earlier this year in Louisiana, a deranged person drove a truck into a crowd on Bourbon Street in New Orleans, killing 14 people. To no one's surprise, he said he was inspired by the Islamic State. These attacks, they weren't just against people, they were an all-out assault on Western culture, freedom, and the values that we hold dear to our heart. But it doesn't stop there. Thanks to Joe Biden, thousands of people on the suspected terror watch list were allowed to enter this country over the past 4 years. Islamic extremism and Sharia law openly call for the destruction of America and Western culture. Let's be clear. Let's be clear about this. The thousands of terrorists we have allowed to enter our country have brought their anti-American rhetoric and ideology with them. We're seeing this in cities like Minneapolis, Dearborn, Portland, Chicago, and even New York City. You know, the leading candidate for mayor in New York City is a far-left socialist who sympathizes with extremist groups like Hamas. But this insanity, sadly, isn't limited to New York. We have elected members of Congress who openly support the radical Islamic terrorist organization Hamas. Just yesterday, we paused to remember the more than 1,200 innocent people, including 40 Americans who were slaughtered by Hamas terrorists in Israel on October the 7th, 2023. Hamas literally means Islamic Resistance Movement. It's been 2 years, and 2 U.S. Congresswomen, Omar and Tlaib, they still refuse to condemn these heinous crimes in Israel. These 2 members were elected to represent American citizens, and they are sympathizing with Islamic terrorists instead. It's almost hard to believe, but it's true, and they don't hide it. You know, we're allowing people with extremist ideologies, people who hate America values, to not only live here, but to hold positions of power and influence our government. It's un-American, and it's an insult to the millions of Americans who have sacrificed their lives for this country and its freedom. You know, if you think this poisonous ideology won't affect your way of life, just look at Europe. The United Kingdom, once a proud nation that helped save the world from Nazi tyranny, has essentially lost its identity. It's gone. Mass migration has destroyed their society. There is no freedom of speech. Crime is through the roof, and openly anti-Semitic, pro-Hamas riots have become a regular occurrence. And this is in Europe. This is in the UK. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer recently appointed a person with extreme pro-Palestinian views as Home Secretary. In the UK, the Home Secretary is in charge of protecting national security, ensuring law and order, and overseeing immigration. What a surprise. So the person who is in charge of immigration and national security for the UK is openly a pro-terrorist. If we aren't careful, the United States will look like Europe in 10 years or less. It's coming. We can't bury our heads in the sand about this any longer. The Quran openly calls for violence against non-Muslims, openly. Radical Islamists take these instructions literally and to use them to justify terror. It's not politically correct to say this, but it's the damn truth. Something you won't hear from the deranged leftists who run cover for Islamic extremism is about the inhumane and disgusting ways that they treat women. In Muslim countries that follow Sharia law, it is considered normal for women to be raped, trafficked, and forced to marry as young as age of 6. Pedophilia is rampant, and women are lucky if they are allowed to drive. I'm old enough to remember when Democrats championed the Me Too movement, which was self-described as a global, survival-led movement to end sexual violence. But these same Democrats who championed the Me Too movement have been radio silent when it comes to the way women are regularly treated in countries that practice radical Islam. I have yet to hear my Democrat colleagues who are siding with Hamas talk about the brutal ways Hamas has abused the women they have held hostage since October the 7th. Nor have I heard Democrats who claim to be feminists talk about the fact that some Muslims, countries that practice Sharia law, require women to be completely covered from head to toe. These women, they're not allowed to get an education, work a job, or in some cases even leave home. They are barred from gyms, parks, and beauty salons. They are forbidden from traveling without a male relative and are forced to wear certain clothing that covers everything but its eyes. But meanwhile, the men in these countries are allowed to abuse women, have sex with children, or have multiple wives, no problem. Everyone, but especially feminist groups, should be outraged about this horrible abuse of women. But that doesn't fit the left's narrative. So you won't hear a peep from liberal so-called feminists about the disgusting treatment of women in radical Islamic countries. You also won't hear from Democrats about how radical Islamic terrorists are currently carrying out a mass genocide of Christians in Nigeria. Think about this. More than 62,000 Christians have been slaughtered since 2000 by radical Islamic terrorists in Nigeria. You heard that right, 62,000. And just this year alone, more than 7,000 Nigerian Christians have been murdered because of their faith alone. You can't turn on the TV without hearing about Israel's so-called mass genocide of Palestinians every day. And yet when it comes to 62,000 Christians being slaughtered by radical Muslims, it's radio silence. This extreme ideology is straight from the pit of hell, and it has no place in American society. We are blessed that freedom of worship is a constitutional guaranteed right in this country. That's what our forefathers fought for. If you want to come here legally, practice a peaceful version of Islam, and blend into our society by adopting the treasured American values of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, you are welcome to do so. But if you believe that Sharia law supersedes American law, you should be deported immediately. If we don't take a stand now, our way of life, our Christian values, our freedoms, and our national identity will disappear. There is only room for one law in this country, and that's the Constitution of the United States of America. Sharia law is an anti-American and has no place in a free society. Texas is already taking action to ban Sharia law, and I commend them. Other states should follow. We must protect American values, not apologize for them. I truly believe we are at a crossroads in this country. For too long, people have tiptoed around this issue, afraid to hurt somebody's feelings or make people uncomfortable. But the time for being politically correct is over. The truth is that radical Islamic extremists want every single freedom-loving American dead. Bottom line. They have proven over and over again that they are willing to do whatever it takes to kill just one American citizen, whatever it takes. And it just isn't happening overseas. It has been allowed to fester and is alive and well in our very own country, just waiting for the right opportunity to attack. It's coming. Just yesterday, thousands of extremists gathered in New York to champion radical Islam. It's scary. So the question is, will we continue down this path and end up like Europe? Or will we honor the sacrifices made by the millions of Americans who have given their lives for our freedoms by standing up against people like the radical Islam? Now's the time to act, because if we don't, we will lose this country as we know it. It will be gone. This isn't about a Republican or Democrat issue. It's an American issue. I hope my Democrat colleagues will join me in sending a loud, clear message that we will not tolerate Sharia law in this country. Not now, not ever. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
The senator from Alaska.
Mr. President, I'm down on the Senate floor here to try to pass two really important pieces of legislation for a great part of Alaska. And this is the Alaskan Native community in my state. These are incredible, patriotic, Americans, by the way, Alaskan Natives serve at higher rates in the military than any other ethnic group in the country. They are great Americans. They add so much to our state. They are the first peoples of Alaska. And so in my state, it's almost about 20% of the population, Mr. President. So it's a population I care deeply about. We work closely with them on so many different issues across so many different areas. And so I like to legislate in the areas that matter to them. And we're going to do that, lately, and I'm going to try and stay positive here. I've given speeches on the Senate floor about this before. Some of my Democratic colleagues on the other side of the aisle have taken it out on the Alaskan Native people in legislation, really kind of bad stuff. Now, I'm not going to be negative, but there has been this trend of a anti-Alaska Native bias on the other side of the aisle. It's been very disappointing, to be honest, Mr. President. It's been puzzling. But I'm hoping today these two bills that we're going to move forward that go to the heart of Alaska Native culture in one and Alaska Native patriotism in the other are going to be UC'd. I know my Republican colleagues have already passed on these. So the first piece of legislation, Mr. President, I want to bring up is what we call the Alaska's Right to Ivory Sales and Tradition. The acronym on that is the Artists Act. Now, let me give you a little bit of background on this. For thousands of years, Alaskan Natives have responsibly harvested whales, walrus, other marine mammals from our northern seas. These animals are eaten, shared, honored, and no part of the animal goes to waste. They still do this tradition in my state. They have the right to do it under law. The bones, the ivory, the baleen, even all of those pieces are used for beautiful art. If you've had a chance to visit my office, you've seen the beautiful art that adorns the walls of my Senate office, carvings made from whale baleen, walrus tusks, crafted by Alaska Native artists. Mr. President, this is some of those beautiful art in America. It is deeply ingrained in Alaska's culture, the ability to make this art. It also provides important economic opportunity for our artists in many of these remote villages, artists who rely on the ability to sell these works to Alaskans and the hundreds of thousands of people who come to my great state to visit, who want to take home a piece of Alaska Native heritage. So it's a win-win-win for everybody, but it's an economic driver of a lot of small villages in my state. And by the way, Mr. President, carving, harvesting walrus ivory is completely legal under federal law. Federal regulations, federal law, there's no question about that. However, there's been some, I guess, well-intentioned laws from some states that in an attempt to ban African elephant ivory, which we all want to do that's not allowed in America, by the way, states have gone too far and cast this huge net and have said, you can't buy any ivory products anywhere, including Alaska Native products from Alaska walrus harvested. This really has hurt my state. People coming up from states that have banned all ivory say, oh, I can't take that home. I can't buy it. Sorry. So, Mr. President, this is a simple bill. If a visitor wants to come buy some ivory earrings in Alaska by one of our great Alaska Native artists, and they bring them home to a state that has a ban on ivory, which is not sensible. Again, walrus ivory, not Alaskan or not African elephant ivory. We want to be able to say at the federal level, we should be able to do this. So that's what my Artists Act does. It prohibits states from banning the importation, sale, or possession of Alaska Native handicrafts made with walrus ivory. Environmental groups support it. By the way, the Biden administration supported this. It's straightforward, bipartisan legislation that recently, Mr. President, passed unanimously the Commerce Committee. So, this is about as bipartisan as it gets. And Mr. President, what I want to do is to cut through the confusion that now exists with certain states and a lot of tourists in my great state. to affirm the right of the Alaskan Native people to continue these centuries-old practices of sustainable, respectful ivory carving entirely within federal law, and to be able to make sure that's clarified across the country. So, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of calendar number 178, that's Senate 254, further that the committee reported substitute amendment be considered and agreed to, the bill as amended be considered, read a third time and passed, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there an objection?
Reserving the right to object.
The senator from California.
So, Mr. President, to ask that the senator modify his request and the Senate proceed to the consideration of the following bills en bloc. Calendar item 178, Senate 254, and calendar item 169, Senate 318, that the committee reported substitute amendments be considered and agreed to en bloc. The bills as amended be considered, read a third time and passed en bloc, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table all en bloc.
Does the senator so modify his request?
Yes, I agree to the modification.
The clerk will report the bills en bloc.
Calendar number 178 S254 to amend the Marine Mammal Protection Act of 1972 to protect the cultural practices and livelihoods of producers of Alaska Native handicrafts and marine mammal ivory products and for other purposes. Calendar number 169 S318 to require a plan to improve the cybersecurity and telecommunications of the U.S. academic research fleet and for other purposes.
Under the previous order, the committee reported substitutes are considered and agreed to. The bills as amended are considered read a third time and passed, and the motions to reconsider are considered made and laid on the table all en bloc.
Mr. President, I want to just let people know back home that means that bill, the artist bill that we've been trying to get moved for a long time, just passed the United States Senate. So I want to thank my colleague from California, my friend from California, who has worked with me. By the way, on one of the other bills that just passed, I was a co-sponsor with Senator Padilla on that. So this is good Senate cooperation on these issues. Now, Mr. President, so that's an important issue for Alaskan Native heritage, culture, artists, and now it's passed the Senate. So again, I want to thank Senator Padilla. Now, I hope we can move to a next bill that, to be honest, should even be easier, because the bill I'm going to try and pass right now, pass the United States Senate in December, unanimously. Already passed. So this should be a no-brainer. I hope my Senate colleague from California is on the floor here, ready to give this bill his full endorsement and not object to it. Mr. President, let me just talk about this bill briefly. Again, it already passed. It passed the House in July, so if we pass it right now, it's going to go to the President of the United States' desk for a signing. And this is a really big deal for my constituents. Here's what it is, Mr. President. I talked about what I call the special patriotism of Alaska Natives. They serve at higher rates in the military than any other ethnic group in the country. They had a situation when so many, and I mean thousands and thousands of Alaska Natives were serving in Vietnam, when a whole host of Americans didn't want to serve in Vietnam. Alaska Natives answered the call. So we have tens of thousands of Vietnam vets. And when they came home, like a lot of Vietnam vets, they were not treated well. That was horrible. Our country should apologize for the horrible treatment our Vietnam vets got. Let's face it, as Alaska Natives, a lot of people still discriminated against Alaska Natives back then. They weren't treated well in that regard either. And finally, Mr. President, a law had changed when they were overseas. Alaska Native people used to have a right, starting in 1906, for a Native allotment. That's 160 acres of land that if they could prove this is where their family raised them and hunted and fished, they could get that allotment, 160 acres. Well, when they were overseas fighting in Vietnam, that law changed. So here they are, serving their country when a lot of American males are avoiding service, and they get home and they're told, by the way, your allotment that you're supposed to be able to get, that you've wanted your whole life, that law changed and you can't do it anymore. Huge injustice. So, Mr. President, during the first Trump administration, I introduced legislation called the Alaskan Native Vietnam Veterans Land Allotment Act, and it said, hey, if you were overseas or serving in the military and you came home and the ability to get your allotment extinguished, you shouldn't be penalized for fighting for your country. You get the extended time to get your allotment. So that bill passed. I was in the Oval Office when President Trump signed it. It was a great day for Alaskan Native Vietnam veterans, very patriotic. It was a 5-year program, Mr. President. Unfortunately, we had Secretary Haaland implement it. Secretary Haaland did not implement it. Secretary Haaland, when she went through her confirmation hearing, committed to me twice, Senator, I will make this a priority of mine to implement this bill. You know what she did, Mr. President? She didn't do anything. Shamefully, because radical left-wing environmental groups told her, we don't want anyone else getting land in Alaska, she did 40 allotments out of well over almost 3,000 available. She dragged her feet. She delayed it for 2 years. So the 5-year program has almost run out of time because Secretary of the Interior, Haaland, was more interested in appeasing radical left-wing environmental groups than she was getting Alaska Natives their allotment, which is what the law demanded. So this bill is very simple. Because of that delay, it changes 2 words in the already passed law. It says 5 years to 10 years. It's just a 5-year extension to a bill that everybody agrees with. These patriotic Alaska Native Vietnam vets deserve their allotments. And they shouldn't have to suffer because of Secretary Haaland's delay tactics. So, Mr. President, this bill has already passed the House. This bill passed the Senate unanimously in December. And I'm really hoping that my Democratic colleagues, respecting the indigenous Native people of my state and their valiant Vietnam service, will join with me in just passing it like we did in December. And then it'll go right to the President's desk, and we'll have 5 more years to implement this really important piece of legislation. So, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Energy and Natural Resources be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 410, and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration. Further, that the bill be considered read a 3rd time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there an objection?
Reserving the right to object.
The senator from California.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'm actually very glad and encouraged that we were able to find a bipartisan approach to the Commerce Committee bills that we just passed just a few minutes ago. Not just because I know it's important to my colleague from Alaska and to his constituents, but so that Native Alaskans know that this side of the aisle also supports them as well. But as it pertains to these bills, I think we need to find a similar bipartisan approach on the energy and natural resource bills that Senator from Alaska is suggesting that we approve by unanimous consent. I'm actually more than happy and eager to sit down with my colleague and the chair and ranking member of the committee to put together a larger package of bills to ensure that both Republican and Democratic priorities reach the President's desk and get signed into law. I think historically we've been successful at avoiding a piecemeal approach, instances where only one party's priorities or one chamber's priorities reach the President's desk and get signed into law. And so I look forward to continuing to work in that spirit, to continue the conversation with my colleague from Alaska to arrive at a balanced bipartisan package of bills and work together to advance them. Therefore, I must object at this time.
The objection is heard. Senator from Alaska.
Mr. President, I appreciate my colleague from California's cooperation on the first bill, the Artis Act. Little disappointed here on this one because, you know, it's a little bit of a delay tactic, but he certainly has my commitment to work with him if they need to pair this, to try to pair this. But I will say this. The 5 years of this bill expires at the end of this year. And we cannot, regardless if there's pairing or not pairing, we cannot let this bill expire. These great American patriots serve their country and deserve their allotment that they were unable to get during Vietnam. And then when we passed the bill, Secretary of Interior Holland purposely dragged her feet to make sure no Alaskan Native or very few got their allotment. That was a disgrace. And so, Mr. President, my colleague from California, you have my commitment to work with you, but we got to get this done by the end of the year, before the end of the year, and get it on the President's desk. These great patriotic Americans deserve nothing less, and we can't delay much longer. I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
Senator from North Dakota.
I ask unanimous consent that the following senators be permitted to complete their remarks prior to the scheduled roll call vote: Senator Grassley, Senator Kramer, and Senator Hoeven.
Without objection.
I give my remarks, leadership.
The senator from Iowa.
Ask unanimous. I'm sorry. Unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum call with respect to the mascot nomination.
Without objection.
Today, we're going to move to our first vote on Professor Jennifer Mascot nomination to the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Third Circuit. I want to take a few minutes to express my support for her nomination and urge my colleagues to vote accordingly. Bipartisanship in this body has become unfortunately rare. Our government shut down because of partisan obstruction, and even the few instances of bipartisanship in our committee have been condemned by leftist dark money groups such as Demand Justice. The situation is bad for our country and really bad for the American people. Putting high-quality judicial nominees on the bench to serve the American people should be something that unites this body. In fact, in the Biden administration, that happened. Over 80% of the judicial nominees in that administration received bipartisan support on the floor. By contrast, this Congress, only 20% of the Trump nominees have had bipartisan support. I encourage my colleagues to ignore the pressure from inflammatory progressive groups like Demand Justice and to recognize Professor Mascot's tremendous qualifications. Professor Mascot is a law professor at Catholic University. She's so beloved by her students. She has had a very distinguished career as a public servant and has impeccable professional qualifications. Just as an example, as a law student at the George Washington University, she earned a record-breaking 4.22 GPA. Her professors even wrote to the Judiciary Committee prior to her hearing to explain that these professors often thought that her exam answers were better than their own answer keys. It's no surprise then that she went on to clerk for 2 Supreme Court justices. Since her time as a clerk, she's grown into an impressive and nationally influential scholar. Justices of the Supreme Court have cited her scholarship 8 times and even mentioned her by name in oral arguments. She's also well known and well respected by our own Senate Judiciary Committee. The committee has called on Professor Mascott repeatedly to testify about some of the toughest constitutional and statutory questions. She's also filed amicus briefs on behalf of members of the committee in very important cases. We trusted her judgment then, and we can surely trust that judgment now. I'm confident that Professor Mascott will make an outstanding judge, and I know that she'll serve the people of Delaware and the Third Circuit with distinction. President Trump made an excellent selection in Professor Mascott, and I hope my colleagues will join me in voting to support her nomination so she can serve on the Third Circuit. I yield the floor.
Senator from Rhode Island.
Mr. President, I just want to supplement the distinguished chairman's remarks with one observation for the benefit of all of my colleagues, and that is that not long ago, when circuit court nominees were brought forward, they had cleared the Senate blue slip process because each circuit court seat was associated with a state, except for D.C., but normally a D.C. circuit court seat was associated with a state, and the senators from that state had the ability to recommend a nominee to the president. The Republicans on the Judiciary Committee undid that, what we call blue slip rule, for circuit courts. So senators lost that power. When we were in the majority, when President Biden was there were strident objections when we applied the same standard to circuit court nominees that the Republicans had applied when they broke the blue slip. With this nomination, we are taking it the next step further. Now, not only are the senators from the home state not consulted, but in this case, the candidate has almost no relationship with Delaware, the state with which this seat is associated. She has a summer house there. She's never had a driver's license. She's never had a fishing license. She's never had been a taxpayer, an income taxpayer. She's never been registered to vote. She's never been a member of the bar. She only recently joined the Third Circuit bar. She's been airdropped into this seat. So just be aware that in the future, when the shoe is on the other foot, and people here would like to make sure that their home state is honored and recognized as being the state with which a circuit court seat is associated, that may very well not happen any longer. And we'll look back to this minute as the minute that destroyed that tradition. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from North Dakota.
Mr. President, in a little while, we're going to vote to proceed to Senate Joint Resolution 62 that I introduced with Senator Hoeven to repeal the Biden administration's Bureau of Land Management Resource Management Plan for North Dakota. Of course, House Joint Resolution 105, which mirrors our bill introduced by Congresswoman Fedorchak, has already passed the House of Representatives, and final passage is scheduled for later this evening. The Bureau of Land Management, or BLM as we call it, is the landlord of over 745 million acres of land and subsurface deposits nationwide. BLM's management of these public resources is governed by what's known as the Federal Land Policy and Management Act, otherwise known as FLPMA, which requires, I stress, requires the Bureau to develop resource management plans, or RMPs, to guide management decisions. And when created, Congress was clear. These RMPs must abide by the multiple use mandate. Now, Mr. President, multiple use is a term that's thrown around a lot in the public lands discussions. It was championed by President Theodore Roosevelt, who drew from his experience in his two ranches in North Dakota, the Maltese Cross and the Elkhorn Ranch, and throughout the West. And by the way, North Dakota is where his presidential library is being built and will be open next July 4th. Unpaid announcement. Multiple use means, Mr. President, that land is sustainably used by the state and local population rather than preserved like a national park or a wildlife refuge. Multiple use lands are used by miners, cattle grazers, oil and gas developers, and recreationalists alike. They are not meant to be locked up. Mr. President, multiple use is a mandate, as I said earlier. It is not a suggestion, and that is what brings us here today. In the final days of the Biden administration, they approved the North Dakota Resource Management Plan, which governs the management of 58,500 surface acres and, Mr. President, 4.1 million acres of mineral estate across our state for the next 15 to 20 years. Despite vocal objection from the state, the people who actually use the land, the final plan prohibits coal leasing on over 4 million acres by inexcusably prohibiting all future development outside of a 4-mile radius from current development. Over 90% of North Dakota's affordable, reliable coal out of touch. It's gone. It also blocks 213,000 acres, or 44%, of federally owned oil and gas acreage from future development. This restriction alone deprives the state, and we're a small state, deprives the state of $34 million annually. And get this, the state's Common Schools Trust Fund, a minimum of $50 million. And if that wasn't enough, Mr. President, non-federal minerals are also held hostage to the federal government's management plan. As I mentioned earlier, these RMPs govern subsurface acreage. Whether it's coal, oil, or gas, federally owned subsurface minerals are intermingled with state and private mineral owners. In plain speak, the Biden Resource Management Plan is a de facto taking from the state and private mineral owners. Throughout the rulemaking process, this point was made very clear, but BLM ignored them. And it's unacceptable and needs to be undone. And I'll add, Mr. President, it needs to be undone by Congress so it's clear to the bureaucracy that this sort of resource management plan is out of bounds. By passing this resolution, we reassert congressional intent and remind the bureaucracy our boundaries are not optional. Mr. President, this rule will need to be replaced once we repeal it. And thank goodness Congress had the oversight in the Congressional Review Act to say no replacement rule could be substantially similar to the one it's replacing. But by no means does it preclude the proper replacement of a rule. I have the utmost confidence in Secretary Burgum and Deputy Secretary McGregor to get this done right, but this cannot sit on the back burner. Nearly 6 years ago, during the first Trump administration, I wrote a letter on behalf of a single constituent advocating for this RMP to be updated so he could develop some of his privately held minerals. They started the work, but unfortunately, the Biden administration finished the work. And while Congress is acting to repeal their disastrous plan today, the administration must swiftly replace this RMP, ensuring North Dakota gets the best long-term plan possible to responsibly utilize our natural resources. And I urge my colleagues to support this resolution, and I yield back.
Senator from North Dakota.
I rise in support of the resolution that Senator Kramer and I introduced to overturn the Bureau of Land Management Resource Management Plan for North Dakota. This flawed plan, finalized during the closing hours of the Biden administration, undermines BLM's multiple-use mandate and restricts access to vast taxpayer-owned energy reserves in North Dakota. It's yet another example of the Biden administration's overreaching Green New Deal agenda intended to block access to domestic energy production. North Dakota is an energy powerhouse and the third largest oil-producing state in the nation. Our energy producers operate under the highest environmental standards in the world. But the Biden administration's North Dakota Resource Management Plan ignores that record of responsible energy development. Instead, the North Dakota Resource Management Plan seeks to curtail coal, oil, and gas production by locking away taxpayer-owned energy reserves and jeopardizing our nation's energy security. Under this plan, nearly 213,000 acres, or 45% of federal oil and gas acreage, is closed off to new leasing. It also closes off access to over 4 million acres, nearly 99% of federal coal, impacting development at all of North Dakota's major lignite coal mines. These restrictions will drive up supply costs for our baseload coal-fired power plants, costs that will be ultimately passed on to electric customers across the region. And we supply a large region of the Midwest with electric power. And this comes at a time when energy demand is rising, as manufacturing is brought back home and new industries like artificial intelligence and data centers are coming online. Our need for affordable, reliable energy is only growing. It makes no sense for the federal government to restrict access to the very resources needed to power our economy. In North Dakota, BLM manages 58,000 acres of surface land and about 4.1 million acres of subsurface minerals. Federal minerals are scattered and often intermingled with state and privately owned minerals due to North Dakota's unique split estate. So, when the federal government imposes blanket restrictions, as included under the Biden-era Resource Management Plan, it blocks development of state and privately owned minerals as well. The state of North Dakota estimates that this plan would cost $34 million every year in lost revenue from oil and gas alone, including revenue for school trust lands that is meant for North Dakota classrooms. I'm pleased to join Senator Kramer and Congresswoman Julie Fedorchak in introducing this CRA resolution, and I urge my colleagues to support it and help overturn this overreaching and restrictive plan. By passing this resolution, we can continue working with President Trump and Interior Secretary Burgum to take the handcuffs off and unleash North Dakota's full energy potential. Thank you, Mr. President, and I yield the floor.
The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Jennifer Lee Mascott of Delaware to be United States Circuit Judge for the Third Circuit, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Jennifer Lee Mascott of Delaware to be the United States Circuit Court Judge for the Third Circuit shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks.
Aye.
Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker. Mr. Boozman, Mrs. Brett, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kem, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Budd, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Curtis, Gaines, Ernst, Hoven, Husted, Langford, Lummis, Marshall, Ricketts, and Sullivan. Senators voting in the negative: Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Coons, Cortez Masto, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, King, Markey, Merkley, Padilla, Peters, Rosen, Schatz, Shaheen, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Cassidy, aye. I do not. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Thanks. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Hawley, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Lee, aye. Ms. Warren, no. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Ms. Cantwell? No. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Warnock? No. Mr. Murphy? No. Mr. Moran? Aye. Mr. McCormick? Aye. Mrs. Capito? Aye. Mr. Schumer? No. Mr. Young? Aye. Mrs. Murray? No. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Ms. Baldwin? No. Mrs. Britt, aye. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Paul, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Sanders, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Marino, aye. Ms. Alsobrooks, no. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Graham, aye. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Tuberville, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 50, the nays are 47. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, the judiciary, Jennifer Lee Mascott of Delaware to be United States Circuit Judge for the Third Circuit.
Mr. President,
The senator from Arkansas,
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate resume legislative session.
without objection.
I move to proceed to H.J. Res. 105.
The clerk will report the motion.
Motion to proceed to H.J. Res. 105, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5, United States Code, and so forth.
The questions on the motion? Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Betterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Rickett, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Crapo, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Langford, Lummis, Marshall, McCormick, Moody, Mullen, Murkowski, Paul, Risch, Round, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Tuberville, Young. Senators voting in the negative: Also Brooks, Bennett, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Duckworth, Fetterman, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Kelly, Kim, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Welch, Wyden. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Wicker, aye. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Shipp, no. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Murphy, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Durbin, Mr. Durbin, no. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. King, no. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mrs. Hyde Smith, aye. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Thune, Mr. Thune. Aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Moreno, aye. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Whitehouse. No.
The yeas are 51, the nays are 47. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the joint resolution.
HJ Res 105, joint resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code and so forth.
Mr. President.
The senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm here to talk about a bill that is a matter of fundamental fairness to our veterans, most especially to our combat injured veterans, a group that should evoke the sympathies and support of our nation as no other. I'm here to talk about the Major Richard Starr Act. Many of my colleagues know about it because 76 members of this body are co-sponsors. That's a large number, but so far it has not been sufficient to gain even a vote. And so I'm asking today that that support be turned into action. This bipartisan legislation will correct one of the deepest injustices impacting disabled veterans. It's labeled by stakeholders as the Wounded Veterans Tax. Let me repeat, the Wounded Veterans Tax, as it stands now, prevents more than 50,000 combat injured veterans who were forced to retire to be barred from a full military pension they earned or were promised. Let me explain. They are getting a dollar-for-dollar reduction of their military retirement pay from their VA disability benefits. The reduction dollar for dollar in their retirement pay is the result of their receiving those disability benefits for their combat injuries. And they are entitled to each of these separate and distinct and different forms of earned compensation. They've earned both. They are different, separate, and distinct. But right now, under current law, they're deprived of the full benefits of their pension because they were injured in combat. Just to describe this injustice should make our stomachs turn with outrage. The Major Richard Starr Act is really a common sense bill. We use that word common sense all the time in this chamber, but in this instance, it seemed particularly appropriate. It would right this longstanding injustice and finally provide these military retirees their full VA disability and Defense Department retirement benefits. This cause is not only common sense, it's rightfully bipartisan. It has received overwhelming support, those 76 co-sponsors in this body, but also 304 co-sponsors in the House of Representatives. And it is the collectively top priority of the military and veterans services organization communities of the United States. And yet, year after year, this bill has stalled, and detractors have worked to deny a simple vote. Now, in public, critics have avoided taking a public position on the bill, and they have given lip service to veterans and advocates requesting their support. What their real reasons are, I can't say. But the fact of the matter is that these veterans have been denied this simple justice. And let me speak to those critics. We can't balance the federal budget on the backs of combat injured retirees. Doing so reneges our obligation. It's a sacred obligation to take care of veterans after their time in uniform. The bill doesn't create some great new overly generous benefit, but it would be enormously impactful and beneficial for each of those retirees who would be affected. The average is about $1,200 a month. Some more, maybe some a little bit less. $1,200 a month, you can do the math. It's not a fortune, but it would make a difference in the lives of these combat injured veterans. It simply ensures that the benefits we promised and the benefits they've earned are the benefits that are now delivered. It's that simple, not clawed back, as happens now, from the heroes who have sustained those combat-related injuries. The veterans and heroes involved in these bills are similar to the namesake of the bill, Major Richard Starr, a decorated war veteran and engineering officer in the Army. He suffered from lung cancer caused by burn pit exposure. We all know about Iraq and Afghanistan burn pit exposure. We passed the PAC Act to provide care and benefits for victims of those burn pits and exposure to other toxic chemicals. They led to his retirement and his death in 2021. He was 51 years old. Until his death, he was a dedicated advocate for his fellow veterans and combat-related disabilities. His wife, Tonya Starr, walked these halls by his side. She died in 2024. She called my staff days before her passing in tears because another Congress had ended 2024 without a vote on the Richard Starr Act. Tonya knew the tremendous difference this legislation would make in the lives of caregivers and widows like her. It would make a difference also in the lives of veterans like Pat Murray of North Kingston, Rhode Island. Pat is a Marine Corps veteran and a staunch veterans advocate. He recently welcomed a baby boy, and he was forced to move back to Rhode Island to be closer to his family because the injuries he sustained from an IED blast in Iraq made it difficult to care for the newborn. We need to be very clear. This act won't return his amputated leg, but it can provide him and his family with desperately needed financial certainty, which they deserve, they need, they were promised. And will also help veterans like retired Master Sergeant Gabriel Peterson of Biloxi, Mississippi. He was medically discharged as a result of reactive airway disease. He's on 5 different drugs. They help with his breathing. It's a struggle for him to live. And this act would ensure that he can provide for his family, even if he's no longer able to be employed. The stories are powerful, and they are persuasive. They depict the scope and impact of this act, if it were passed, in life-saving and life-enhancing benefits, and what it will mean to the tens of thousands of veterans across this great nation. In fact, these veterans and their families, think of their families, deserve a lot better. They deserve elected officials who will stand up and deliver for them the benefits they were promised, the benefits they earned, and they need them and deserve them today. I'm asking my colleagues to advance this legislation now. The principle of taking care of our veterans has never been Democrat or Republican. The Veterans Affairs Committee is supremely bipartisan. My hope is that that tradition will continue, including today. So let's put politics aside, let's put partisan differences aside, finally do the right thing, and advance this important legislation for our nation's veterans. And so, notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Armed Services be discharged and the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of S-1032, the Major Richard Starr Act, that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered and laid upon the table.
Is there an objection?
Mr. President,
the senator from
reserving the
Mississippi.
right to object. Let me say that I have deep respect for my colleague and friend, the senior senator from Connecticut. He's a veteran. I'm a veteran. I have no doubt in my mind that Senator Blumenthal has a heart for the veterans and for disabled veterans, and I appreciate that. He's moved with concern for those who have served and who have been injured. However, my colleague is asking for an entitlement that does amount to a double benefit and that we cannot afford. We're talking between $9 billion and $10 billion on the Department of Defense Authorization Act. And we're talking about adding a bill, a piece of legislation that really belongs in another jurisdiction, as my friend acknowledged. We cannot possibly add another $10 billion, $9 or $10 billion, to this, of entitlement money, to this DOD Authorization Act, and hope to pass it. And that's a reason that in Democrat majorities and Republican majorities, House Democrat majorities and Senate Democrat majorities, and in Democratic administrations, this legislation has never been accepted because we simply cannot afford it. Historically, Congress has provided permanent new benefits only after we have identified an offset, savings of a similar amount. There's no such offset identified in this unanimous consent request. And when we do not identify offsets, then that $10 billion, almost $10 billion, has to come out of readiness, out of the strength of our military to defend ourselves in the most dangerous time we've had since World War II. So I have the deepest respect for my friend from Connecticut, and I admire his intentions. But until Congress, until authors of this proposal identify a way to offset the expense or to make it less expensive, we should not move forward with this legislation. Therefore, I do object.
The objection is heard.
Mr. President,
The senator from Connecticut.
I want to respond just very briefly to my colleague from Mississippi and my friend, the chairman of the Armed Services Committee. We work together, as he does always, in a bipartisan way on armed services issues. So what I'm about to say is not personal to him. In fact, I'm willing to bet that it isn't his decision to object here. But I want to refute 2 points. Number one, on double dipping, let's be clear that these are 2 separate programs, and the right to payment under each of them is separately deserved. Not everyone who is entitled to retirement pay gets disability benefits. You have to be in that club that nobody wants to join, of being combat injured. And it is a separate form of right that in no way involves double dipping, as we commonly refer to it. The retirement pay is for years of service in the military. VA disability compensation is for the loss of future earnings due to service-connected injuries or illnesses. And I just want to make clear this point is about really equity and fairness. Congress eliminated this offset for nearly 1 million veterans who have served 20 years and have a 50% VA disability rating or higher. It's already dealt with one segment of this group. This unjust assessment ultimately ought to be eliminated for all the 430,000 veterans who have their military retirement pay clawed back because they are receiving VA disability benefits. But we're starting here, or taking the next step, with 50,000 of those 430,000 who, in fairness, should receive both the retirement pay and disability benefits. And we're doing it because these 50,000 have combat-related injuries. And as to the total cost, again, not personal to my colleague from Mississippi, but the CBO told us that the Republican-supported tax cuts exploded the deficit by about $3.4 trillion. Let me repeat that. $3.4 trillion in large part tax cuts to people who didn't need them. These veterans need these benefits. This cost is a minuscule fraction of those trillions. This country can afford to do right by these combat-injured veterans. The DoD Office of the Actuary has indicated it could implement the Richard Starr Act in a, quote, actuarially sound manner. It's not too costly. It's financially sound. I regret that the Richard Starr Act will not be passed today, but I have another measure that I would like to bring to the floor, and it's with regret that we are not providing unanimous consent to the bill itself. And I understand the points made by my colleague, but I would like to present a middle ground. Since we don't have unanimous consent to the Major Richard Starr Act today, let's agree to a vote. Let's have a time agreement that would authorize the Senate to take a single up and down
Mrs. Shaheen? No.
On this vote, the yeas are 54 and the nays are 44. 3/5 of the Senate duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative. The motion upon reconsideration is not agreed to.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate resume legislative session being a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Okay.
Mr. President.
The Democratic Leader.
I move to proceed to calendar number 167, S2882.
The clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to calendar number 167, S2882, a bill making appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30, 2026, and for other purposes.
I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the motion to proceed to calendar 167, S2882, a bill making continuing appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30, 2026, and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators as follows.
I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
I withdraw my motion to proceed.
The senator has that right. The motion is withdrawn.
Yield the floor.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to calendar number 168, H.R. 5371.
Clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to calendar 168, H.R. 5371, an act making appropriations and extensions for fiscal year 2026 and for other purposes.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report the cloture motion.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the motion to proceed to calendar 168, H.R. 5371, an act making continuing appropriations and extensions for fiscal year 2026 and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent to read and the names be waived.
Without objection.
And I move to proceed to executive session to consider the in-block nominations listed in SRS 412.
The question is on the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nominations on block.
Day 6 of the Democrats' government shutdown. Day 6. And I'm wondering just what exactly Democrats think they're gaining from all of this. I guess they're getting points from the far left interest groups that they've been coordinating their shutdown strategy with. But I highly doubt that they're earning a lot of points with everyday hardworking Americans, like the voters that they lost in the last election. Mr. President, a Reuters headline from Thursday noted, and I quote, U.S. government shutdown threatens food aid program for low-income Americans. Let me just read that again, Mr. President. U.S. government shutdown threatens food aid program for low-income Americans. The article noted that while the Trump Agriculture Department is doing its best to continue administering the Special Supplemental Nutrition Program for Women, Infants, and Children, more commonly known as WIC, the program is, quote, critically low on funds. And it won't get new funds until Democrats agree to reopen the government. Mr. President, Democrats own this. They own any lapse in funding for critical food aid programs, just as they own every other negative effect of the shutdown. Because let's remember, Mr. President, the only reason the government is shut down is because Democrats refuse to accept a clean, nonpartisan funding extension. A clean, nonpartisan funding extension. We didn't ask Democrats to swallow any new Republican policies. We didn't ask them to swallow any partisan riders. We simply asked them to agree to a clean, nonpartisan bill. The same kind of bill, Mr. President, I might add, that they voted for 13 times. 13 times during the Biden administration. The Democrats said no. And I should note, Mr. President, that you don't have to take my word for it on the facts of the bill. Republicans aren't the only ones pointing out that this is a clean CR. Here's what the president of the Teamsters Union had to say the other day, and I quote, "A shutdown will hurt working people, period. Senators should pass the House-passed clean, short-term funding bill," end quote. Senators should pass the House-passed clean, short-term funding bill, end quote. Again, that from the president of the Teamsters Union. Or, you could take the word of a mainstream journalist who recently noted, and I quote, "In a vacuum, this CR would get almost every Democrat vote." It just would. This is a clean CR that has no partisan riders, extends a bunch of programs that are Democrat priorities. It's clean. It's clean, Mr. President. So to summarize, Democrats have shut down the government because they refuse to accept a clean, nonpartisan bill. And why are they refusing to accept it? After all, as I mentioned, they supported similar bills 13 times during the Biden administration. The reason that they refused to accept it is that Democrats still cannot get over the fact that the American people elected President Trump. And when their far left base demanded a showdown with the president, Democrats fell in line. And now it's the American people who are suffering the consequences. I quote again, U.S. government shutdown threatens food aid program for low-income Americans. Threatens food aid program for low-income Americans. Mr. President, 3 Democrats have rejected their party shutdown politics and voted with Republicans to reopen the government. All Democrats will get another chance to vote to reopen the government later today. And for the sake of the American people, I hope at least a few more Democrats will join us to pass this clean, nonpartisan CR and let the Senate get back to work. Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar number 459.
Questions on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. Mr. Clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, the Judiciary, Jennifer Lee Mascott of Delaware, to be United States Circuit Judge for the Third Circuit.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
Clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Jennifer Lee Mascott of Delaware to be United States Circuit Judge for the Third Circuit, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
And I moved to proceed to legislative session.
Questions on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion's agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I suggest the absence of quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Is the sixth day of Donald Trump's government shutdown. Senate Democrats returned to Washington ready to negotiate. We're ready to work with Republicans to reopen the government and end the health care crisis that faces tens of millions of Americans. But it takes two sides to have a negotiation. We need the Senate Republicans and the House Republicans and the President to come to the table. And meanwhile, Donald Trump and Speaker Johnson seem to be on another planet. Instead of trying to solve this shutdown crisis, Donald Trump spent the weekend golfing and posting memes and deep fakes on the internet. He seems to think this shutdown is some big joke. He's wrong. People will lose their paychecks. Seniors will see Social Security support services slowed down. There will be chaos for travelers. This shutdown is all on Donald Trump's shoulders, and Americans agree, according to the polls. Poll after poll after poll, from CBS to the Washington Post to Marist to Morning Consult and many others, consistently show that the public sees the president as most responsible for the shutdown. He's in charge. His party holds majorities across the government. So Americans naturally and correctly believe the burden is on him to fix this mess. Speaker Johnson, meanwhile, has canceled yet another week of session for the House. Why? Because the Speaker knows House Republicans are bitterly divided on health care. He knows a large chunk of his conference doesn't want to fix people's premiums at all. The right-wing MAGA folks. Meanwhile, some of his less extreme members feel a necessity to fix this mess. The Speaker knows these divisions in his conference are serious and deep. So what does the Speaker do with these divisions in his conference, almost irreconcilable? He ducks. He chooses the politically expedient way out. He keeps the Congress out of session for weeks at a time, passes to the Senate a partisan bill with no Democratic input. That's not leadership. That's derelict. Even today, the Speaker said that we can deal with the ACA crisis sometime later. He said, wait, kick the can down the road, to postpone any negotiation until the very last minute. Speaker Johnson, I ask him the question, why the wait? Why not solve this crisis now? If you're not ready to solve it now, how do we know you're going to solve it 45 days from now? When you won't even do it now, and the same reasons that hold you back now will exist then. Insurers are waiting around to set rates for next year. They're doing it right now, not 3 months from now. Delay has always been Speaker Johnson's MO. Speaker Johnson has survived by kicking the can down the road on every major issue under his speakership, promising everyone that the thing they wanted is just around the corner. He did it repeatedly with the Freedom Caucus, for instance. And he's doing the same thing now with health care. If Speaker Johnson is serious about lowering costs and protecting the health care of the American people, why wait? Most of America, when Johnson says later, they know he means never. Democrats want to deal with the health care problem now. A recent poll by KFF shows that 80% of Americans want to extend the ACA tax credits, including 60% of MAGA Republicans. That's where the people are. A CBS poll also found that 75% of Americans don't think the administration is focused enough on lowering costs. Well, lowering health care premiums would be one of the very best ways to lower costs, because those costs are going through the roof. Many estimates show the average American would pay $1,000 more for health care. Listen to this. If you're a couple, 55-year-old couple who makes $80,000 a year, your premiums could go up $25,000 a year. How is anyone going to deal with that issue? Why is Johnson waiting? But yet again, Speaker Johnson and MAGA Republicans continue to lie and change the subject. Donald Trump does the same thing. The Speaker today once again lied that Democrats' proposal would provide health care benefits to undocumented immigrants. He even cited a page number and section within our proposal he says supposedly proves the point. Of course our proposal doesn't say that. As the Sunday show talk commentators Johnson sent down with this weekend pointed out, and he had no real rebuttal. Saying that Democrats' proposal provides health insurance to undocumented immigrants is plain and simple, a blatant lie. It was a lie yesterday, it's a lie today, it'll be a lie tomorrow. Nothing in our proposal, not even the page the Speaker keeps citing as changes that, as fact checkers have repeatedly pointed out, independent fact checkers, not Democrats, not Republicans, just experts. Undocumented immigrants are not eligible for Medicaid, Medicare, or ACA credits under current law or under the Democratic continuing resolution proposal. It's been the law for decades. Instead, here's what Democrats want to do. We want to reverse the devastating cuts to American health care that Republicans passed in their big ugly bill. We want to extend the ACA tax credits that lower costs for eligible Americans. These are the plain facts. But Speaker Johnson and Republicans don't want to deal with the facts. They don't want to talk about health care because they know the American people are appalled by their health care policies. So instead, they lie, change the subject. And Speaker Johnson and the House Republicans would rather duck out of town than come into session and do their jobs. You know, when Leader Jeffries and I met with the president, he, of all people, seemed at least to somewhat appreciate the immense harm of letting these ACA credits expire. Of course, we had to walk the president through it first because it seemed he had no clue of the crisis before our meeting. But frankly, what should happen now is this. The president should lean on Speaker Johnson to relent on his extreme refusal to negotiate. It's not a sustainable position for the Speaker to literally shut the entire House down and not do anything to solve this crisis. Again, why wait? Democrats are ready to solve this now. We urge Donald Trump to get Speaker Johnson and our Republican colleagues to come to the table with Senator Jeffries and I, negotiate and address this problem and fix it once and for all. I yield the floor.
Even their media allies are turning against them. Here's an editorial from today's Washington Post. The headline is, "The Shutdown Conversation No One Wants." The Washington Post editorial board today wrote this, quote, "Democrats have demanded that Republicans agree to extend the COVID-era insurance subsidies without proposing any way to pay for it." They go on to say the Congressional Budget Office estimates that it would cost $350 billion over the next decade. Now, that's the Washington Post talking, not Republicans. So it's no surprise that Democrats are avoiding this conversation. Obamacare is broken, Obamacare is a failure, and now Democrats are holding the American people hostage to prop it up. The Biden bonus COVID payments are a bait and switch. Democrats created them in 2021. They did it as a temporary COVID program. They extended them temporarily to 2022. They set an end date from this year when they extended them once again. Now these same Democrats are demanding that they become permanent at a cost of $350 billion. It's unacceptable. This is a system that is riddled with waste, with fraud, abuse, and corruption. Big insurance companies are rewarded with direct payments from the federal government to the insurance companies. Hardworking taxpayers are left holding the bill. Many of these policies, there are no premiums, no deductibles, no income limit, no accountability. Even families making $500,000 a year, they still qualify for these Biden bonus COVID payments. This is reckless, permanent new spending. The American people can't afford it. American people know it. And even the Washington Post knows it and has reported on it today. Democrats lost the election, they've lost their media allies, and now they have lost the argument. Mr. President, on a related matter, here we are, day 6 of the Schumer shutdown. Senate Democrats have now voted 4 separate times to keep our government closed. Radical Democrats are shutting down the government with an outlandish list of demands, and you've seen them, Mr. President. Included in that list is giving free health care to illegal immigrants. When the interests of Americans and illegal immigrants collide, Democrats always seek to benefit the latter at the expense of the former. Think back to the last Democrat primary for president back in June of 2019 when they were having a big debate on live television. There were so many candidates that they actually had to do it 2 separate nights to get them all on the stage. Every running candidate for president was asked in that one debate if their platform would give free health care to illegal immigrants. Every single Democrat candidate on the debate stage that night raised their hand and said yes. Every one of them promised to give free health care to illegal immigrants. Senator Bernie Sanders was on the stage that night. He raised his hand. Senator Kristen Gillibrand of New York was on the stage that night. She raised her hand. Yes, free health care to illegal immigrants. Those are current members of the United States Senate who voted to shut the government down. They voted 4 times in the last 6 days. And it's more than talk. When Democrats get power, it's exactly what they're going to do. Look at California. In 2024, Governor Gavin Newsom expanded state-sponsored health care to illegal immigrants. He actually bragged about it. So there's no hiding from this. 1 year later, the Los Angeles Times reported that by doing this, costs had tripled. There was a headline dated March 13th of this year. It says, "Cost of undocumented health care in California is billions over estimates." They go on to say, pressuring Democrats to consider cuts. Instead of $3 billion a year, in the California health care system costs taxpayers $9.5 billion by providing health care to illegal immigrants. California financed its health care for illegal immigrants through a money laundering scheme aimed at the federal government. They used it to increase the state's Medicaid payments
from the federal government directly to the state of California. This is money vacuumed away from hardworking Americans and from the vulnerable people in this country, our friends and neighbors who need Medicaid the most. What California do with it? They used it for illegal immigrants, not for U.S. citizens. President Joe Biden and the Democrats, they went even further. Apparently they weren't liberal enough in doing that. Joe Biden created multiple illegal parole programs when he was president. It was a blatant attempt at amnesty by the sleight of hand. Parole is supposed to be rare, it's supposed to be temporary, and it's supposed to be case by case. And Mr. President, I'm talking about the flood of illegal immigrants that have come into this country across our southern border. People saw them on television. Joe Biden abused presidential parole authority and turned our law on its head. Democrats made non-citizens who were paroled eligible for free health care. Look no further than the illegal immigrant who murdered 22-year-old nursing student Laken Riley in Georgia. He crossed the border illegally in 2022. The Biden administration released him into our country instead of removing him. The Biden administration paroled him for what they claimed were, quote, urgent humanitarian reasons of significant public benefit. And then he murdered a nursing student. Joe Biden made Laken Riley's killer eligible for taxpayer-funded health care. Democrats even promised free health care as an enticement to attract illegal immigrants to our southern border. It was a magnet. Well, Democrats have now shut down the government. Why? To defend a system where Laken Riley's killer can get taxpayer-funded free health care. That's who they are. That's their beliefs. That's their commitment, not to the American people, but to the illegal immigrants. Well, Republicans closed the loophole, Mr. President. Our working families' tax cuts put in place strong eligibility verification requirements. So that person can't qualify anymore, or anyone like them. It also ended the gimmicks that allowed California to fund health care for illegal immigrants through higher federal Medicaid payments, the way they siphon money from the federal government into California to pay for illegal immigrants. Meanwhile, what we've seen is President Trump and Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem rightfully terminated all of these Joe Biden categorical parole programs. He should have never let him in the first place. Now we have terminated him. And the Supreme Court was called into play in an action here. The Supreme Court upheld this decision by the Trump administration after several rounds of left-wing lawfare. President Trump is securing our border. He's putting American citizens first, not illegal immigrants. That's the difference between our parties. Democrats want to undo all of that. That's why they're holding the nation hostage by shutting down the government. That's what this fight is all about. Let's be clear. By shutting down the government, Democrats are putting illegal immigrants ahead of American citizens, ahead of our veterans, ahead of our military, ahead of our seniors, ahead of our children. It is reckless, it's radical, and it is wrong. It's time for it to end. So today, Mr. President, the Senate's going to vote for a fifth time on our bipartisan continuing resolution, and we want to reopen government. It passed the House with bipartisan support. The Senate this evening will have a simple choice once again. Vote to reopen the government and put America first and Americans first, or vote with Senator Schumer to put illegal immigrants ahead of the American people. Voting with Chuck Schumer tonight will keep the government closed. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsor-Brooks.
Trump revealed his priorities. It isn't to protect the health care, the health insurance of millions of Americans who are about to lose their insurance or see premiums skyrocket. Nope, that's not it. The president's priority: to deploy militarized immigration agents and National Guard troops to more American cities. Why? Purely for political theater and to advance his extreme agenda. In the early morning hours of Tuesday last week, while this government barreled toward a shutdown, President Donald Trump launched a military law enforcement assault on the city of Chicago. In the city's South Side neighborhood, hundreds of federal agents, many hiding their faces with masks, repelled from Black Hawk helicopters, darted out of disguised moving trucks, armed with military-grade weapons, to descend on a targeted apartment building in the city of Chicago. They swarmed through the building, knocking down doors, tearing up homes. And it appears that these agents knew nothing in advance about the residents whose homes they were destroying. In fact, in the dead of night, federal agents reportedly started checking on the residents as they brought them out of the building. Residents included American citizens and children. They checked on them to see if maybe they had an outstanding warrant for their arrest or were undocumented. Picture this, if you will. You're with your family in an apartment building, a helicopter lands on the roof, federal agents with masks on batter down your doors, drag you and your children out of their beds into the street, and start an interrogation as to whether there's any undocumented person present. America. Many were yanked from their homes and their beds and detained shirtless and without clothing. Some were detained using zip ties, including children. Here's what one witness to the event said. Kids were crying, people were screaming, they looked very distraught. I was out there crying when I saw the little girl come around the corner because they were bringing the kids down too. They had them zip tied together. In the middle of the night in the city of Chicago, an assault on an apartment building in America. The witness continued, one of the agents laughed out loud. He said, F them kids. 4 U.S. citizen kids with undocumented parents were separated from their parents who were taken into custody. Secretary Kristi Noem's Department of Homeland Security posted to social media a highly produced video of the raid, her version of the story, because that's all this is to them, a promotional video, political theater. The human toll must be immense. What if it was your child? Yanked out of his bed in the middle of the night, hands zip-tied behind him, brought down with few, if any, clothes on, standing in the street while all this is happening, watching his parents be arrested in America. In another case, ICE agents fired a pepper ball into CBS Chicago reporter Azo Rezi's car. What was her crime? Driving by the Broadview ICE facility to report on the protests there. It's known in the Constitution as freedom of the press. Doesn't seem to impress Kristi Noem. I've long fought for humane reforms to our immigration system on a bipartisan basis and evidence-based ways to reduce crime in our cities. If the president is serious about fixing our immigration system or lowering crime in our communities, I'm all in. But sending in militarized federal immigration agents and National Guard troops to terrorize Chicago or any American community in any state is not the American way. Excuse me. These actions have accomplished what I believe is the president's true intention here: spreading fear in America, especially among immigrant communities. And he's been very successful. I go to these communities virtually every weekend when I return back to Illinois. I meet with the people who live there. They are scared to death. People who have been here for years, no criminal record, no reason to be removed, working and paying taxes, are afraid to shop and afraid to go to church. Last week on the floor, I warned about this, and I have for some time now. The president's decision to unleash military personnel against the city of Chicago and American communities is another pillar in his master plan to weaponize the federal government against those he views as the enemy within. Where did that phrase come from? From the mouth of the President of the United States speaking to the military leaders of the United States. He told them to be fearful of the enemy within and to use American cities as their training ground. Think of that. White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller ranted to law enforcement agents on the eve of their Memphis deployment that they were, quote, being unleashed. Stephen Miller's word, unleashed. Does that sound like law and order? Does that sound like the rule of law? Unleashed. In addition to Memphis and Chicago, this president has targeted cities like Los Angeles and Portland. Reckless immigration raids, unnecessary deployment of military power over the objection of state and local officials. I fear these disturbing developments are the latest indicators that we are on a slippery slope into control by the Trump regime. The president is attempting to overturn the Department of Justice, the FBI, ICE, and the military into his own personal police force. This not only erodes trust between communities and the people tasked with protecting them, it is an existential threat to civil liberty, the rule of law, and the core values of who we are as Americans. This is what's at stake, and this is a defining moment we're in. In times like these, you have a choice. You can stand up and speak out, or you can be silent, or maybe you could cheer. It's your choice as Americans. But think about it if it was your family, in the middle of the night, people crashing through the doors, yanking you and your children out of bed into the street, arresting people. Remember what the goal was when we got started with this? The president made it very clear. We were after undocumented people, illegal people in the United States who were rapists, murderers, terrorists, criminally insane, and child predators. The president was very explicit. These are the people we're going after. We'll tell you their names as we arrest them. So what percentage of those that's been arrested with this mass deportation, detained by ICE, what percentage of them have a criminal record? Fewer than 30%. By a 2-to-1 margin, innocent people are being dragged into this. In the middle of the night in the city of Chicago in an apartment building. Children are being treated like pawns in the Trump political game. Today, Illinois Attorney General Kwame Raoul filed a lawsuit to block the administration's unconstitutional attempt to deploy troops in Illinois. I joined with all my Democratic colleagues in the Illinois delegation, calling on the president to immediately rescind this unnecessary and dangerous deployment of the military to Illinois. I've spoken personally to the governor of our state, J.B. Pritzker, several times this weekend as the story developed. He did not ask for the National Guard troops to be sent in from Texas or any place. There is no need for it, to either protect federal facilities or to protect the people living in the city of Chicago. I'm going to continue as ranking member of the Senate Judiciary Committee speaking out. And I appeal to my Republican colleagues who are watching this in silence. It could be you. You could have an opportunity soon for the president to send in troops It's not likely as much from the Republican side. Very few of their communities have been targeted. But if you happen to live in a state that didn't vote for Donald Trump, buckle up. He's coming down on you, whether it's California, Oregon, or Illinois. I'll close with this. At that Tuesday morning raid, videos taking at the scenes showed detained immigrants being held in an adjacent parking lot. Across the street, a woman is seen heard calling out in broken Spanish, "I'll always love you." Where is the humanity in tearing families apart? If there is a dangerous person, for God's sake, put them in a separate category. But families that are doing their best to get by and struggle, work and pay taxes, and have children who are citizens of the United States should never be treated like this in America. In an interview recently, Secretary Noem was quoted as saying, "This country is a country of laws. If you don't like the laws, go change them. We are enforcing them." She said that is sending a message to the whole world. The Secretary is right. The administration certainly sent a message in Chicago on Tuesday night, a shameful message, one that shouldn't be part of American history. Terrorizing families with midnight raids and troops in our streets is writing a shameful chapter in our nation's history. This is going to make America great again. President Trump is not intent on fighting crime. He is intent on spreading fear, and in doing so, he is destroying the values which define us as Americans. I yield the floor.
On the American people. There's a new Harvard-Harris poll that had just come out, and it makes it loud and clear. And what's loud and clear is that 7 in 10 voters in America oppose the government shutdown. Americans overwhelmingly say Democrats should accept a continuing resolution at the current levels of funding until the actual spending bills are passed. And it's interesting, Mr. President, because 13 times in the Biden administration, the Democrats did exactly that. And it's the thing they're refusing to do right now. Americans don't want their government closed. They want it open. They want it to work for them. They want a nation that is safe and secure and prosperous. And they're sick and tired of Democrats holding them hostage with partisan and unreasonable demands. What did the Democrats want? What did their demand letter say? It said they want free health care for illegal immigrants. This is opposed by an overwhelmingly large number of Americans. The Democrats shut down the government, and they think they're hurting President Trump. In fact, the Schumer shutdown is hurting people all across America. Across this country, Americans are feeling the pain. There's headlines that tell the story, and I have a few here, Mr. President. One in New York says, quote, "Government shutdowns threatens food access for Long Island's most vulnerable." Another in Nevada says, quote, "Government shutdown threatens food stamps, jobs, national security." In New Jersey, one reads, "Hospital at home, telehealth programs are on hold amid government shutdown." And in New Hampshire, quote, "At least 1,800 New Hampshire federal workers to be furloughed or fired during shutdown." They're not statistics. These are families, these are our troops, these are seniors, these are veterans, these are mothers with young children, working families, patients, all across the country. And the stresses upon American families are mounting during the end result of the Schumer shutdown. Paychecks for our service members, well, they run out in days. Reports already show there are signs of financial distress. Every day this shutdown continues, the damage drags on. Financial stress will lead to financial crises for many families. Temporary hardships will lead to lasting harm. The American people don't want it, they can't afford it, they want it to end. Democrats have now voted 5 specific times to keep the government closed. And all you need to do is read their ransom note. Democrats demanding taxpayer-funded health care for illegal immigrants. And who do they want to hurt in the process? They want to cut the funding for rural hospitals in my state and yours. That's how they want to pay for the health care for illegal immigrants. That's their price to reopen the government, to get back to the normal workings of Washington and our government. And as a result, the Democrats are holding the American people hostage. There's a simple solution to the shutdown. The House passed a clean continuing resolution, current spending levels, bipartisan support to fund the government through November 21st. Why November 21st? Well, I just heard the minority leader say that there's been no discussions between Republicans or Democrats on the continuing resolutions. Well, in fact, there has been, and it's the deadline date of November 21st. Because the chair and the ranking member of the Senate Appropriations Committee and the House Appropriations Committee all said they needed 7 weeks to finish the bipartisan work on the appropriations bills. So yes, Senator Collins, Senator Murray, they worked together on the clean continuing resolution. It's interesting because what we see are the Democrats fearing the wrath of their far left wing of their party. That's why they're not voting to open the government. The clock continues to tick. Every day Democrats hold out is another day wasted. Another day we ought to be making sure that the government is open. I hear that the Democrats say they want to negotiate. Well, open the government, we're ready to negotiate. Every day Democrats choose to keep the government closed is another day spent ignoring and rejecting the priorities of the American people. If Democrats actually want to negotiate, they would reopen the government today. It is that simple. So today, Mr. President, we're going to vote for the 6th time on a clean continuing resolution, something Democrats approved 13 times when Joe Biden was president. Senate Democrats have a choice. Vote yes to end the Schumer shutdown, or vote no and tell the American people why their pain and their opinion just doesn't matter to the Democrats. Let me end where I begin. 7 in 10 Americans oppose this shutdown. Americans overwhelmingly say Democrats should accept the clean continuing resolution that we are voting on here today. American people have spoken. They want their government open, and they want it open now. It's time that the Democrats listened to them. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. Suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk, call the roll.
Ms. Brooks.
Premiums are doubling. Others will get priced out of their plans completely, leaving them with no coverage at all. And here's what that means. Thanks to Republicans in Congress, a 60-year-old couple making $85,000 a year will have to pay more than $22,000 every year to keep their coverage. $22,000. For families already hanging on by their fingernails, that could be a matter of keeping health care coverage or just giving up. And that could be a matter of life and death. I know what it's like. Growing up, there was never a time when my family didn't worry about money. My daddy ended up as a janitor. When I was 12, my daddy had a heart attack. He lost his job, the family station wagon was repossessed, and we were about to lose our home. My mother had never worked outside the home, but that is when she put on her best dress, got herself a minimum wage job answering phones at Sears, and saved our home and saved our family. Our healthcare system was already broken with high premiums, insurance denials, and huge copays. And that was before Donald Trump and the Republicans decided to make it the healthcare crisis so much worse. Democrats are fighting to reverse Republicans' giant health care cuts and lower costs for Americans. Right now, it is only the Republicans in Congress that stand in the way. Affordable Care Act tax credits help people afford their health care, and they are set to expire at the end of the year, and insurance companies are resetting their rates right now. We are barreling toward a tipping point for American families. If Congress does not act, nearly 22 million Americans will see their health insurance premiums more than double on average. Democrats want to lower those costs right now. Republicans are shutting down the entire government instead of coming to the table to help American families. An overwhelming majority of Americans want us to extend these tax credits so that insurance premiums don't go through the roof. Even most Trump supporters agree with us on this. Donald Trump himself just said he wants to make it better, and it is only Senate Republicans who are standing in the way. Senate Republicans have refused to even sit down and negotiate over health care cuts, even though thousands of their constituents will see their costs go way up. For example, in Alabama, about 447,000 Americans will see their insurance premiums skyrocket. In Alaska, about 24,000 Americans will see their insurance premiums skyrocket. In Arkansas, it's about 144,000 Americans. In Florida, it's 4.4 million Americans. In Idaho, it's 101,000 Americans. In Indiana, it's 290,000 Americans. In Iowa, it's 118,000 Americans. In Kansas, it's 182,000 Americans. In Kentucky, it's 77,000 Americans. In Louisiana, it's 276,000 Americans. In Maine, it's 54,000 Americans. In Mississippi, it's 320,000 Americans. In Missouri, it's 383,000 Americans. In Montana, it's 67,000 Americans. In North Carolina, it's 888,000 Americans. In North Dakota, it's 38,000 Americans. In Ohio, it's 514,000 Americans. In Oklahoma, it's 290,000 Americans. In Pennsylvania, it's 422,000 Americans. In South Carolina, it's 588,000 Americans. In South Dakota, it's 50,000 Americans. In Tennessee, it's 593,000 Americans. In Texas, it is 3.7 million Americans. Nearly 4 million Americans will see their insurance premiums skyrocket. In Utah, it's 395,000 Americans. In West Virginia, it's 63,000 Americans. In Wisconsin, it's 272,000 Americans. In Wyoming, it is 43,000 Americans. Look, Democrats are fighting to lower costs for every single one of those Americans. Where are their Republican senators? Those were the insurance premiums, which will cause about 5 million people to lose their coverage because they just can't afford those higher costs. But Republicans are also cutting health care for another 10 million Americans. That's seniors in nursing homes, mamas with newborn babies, and it's your neighbor who needs a wheelchair or a home health aide to be able to live independently. Democrats have said time and time again, if Congress is going to pass a budget for the U.S. government, then saving health care for those millions of Americans has to be part of the deal. We will not stop fighting for Americans' access to their doctors and to their hospitals. And what has been the response of Donald Trump? He don't want to talk about health care. Nope. Instead, his plan is to inflict maximum pain on Americans during this Republican shutdown. His right-hand man, Russ Vought, is shutting down important infrastructure projects as political punishment. They're threatening to fire many more federal workers. And get this, the White House is furloughing hundreds of staffers because of the Republican shutdown, but They are keeping every single DOJ staffer on. In total, the Trump administration is furloughing over 500,000 workers who work every day to keep our country running. But at least Elon Musk's pals at DOJ are safe. And that tells you everything you need to know about the Republican plans. Look, this may feel like a surprise to millions of Americans, but the Republican attack on Americans' health care has been long in the making. It's exactly the shutdown playbook Donald Trump and his lackeys laid out in their Project 2025. Since day one, Trump has tried again and again and again to shut down the parts of government he just doesn't like. He has tried to illegally wipe away millions of dollars for programs that Congress had already agreed to fund. He has illegally fired tens of thousands of federal workers. He has illegally sent our troops to invade American cities. And the response of Republicans in the Senate has been to bow down and let Donald Trump do all of that and more. And now, during a government shutdown, the President of the United States is saying, quote, a lot of good can come from a shutdown, and quote, we can get rid of a lot of things we didn't want. And while all of that is going on, why would Democrats sign off on a Republican budget without ironclad guarantees to make sure that Trump won't just turn around and go back on the deal and not lower costs for families? The answer is we won't. While Senate Republicans keep taking orders from their wannabe king and drag out their government shutdown, Senate Democrats will not stop fighting to save health care and to lower costs for families. We want rollbacks of the Republican cuts that will take away health care coverage from 15 million people and drive up insurance premiums for everyone else. This is not a partisan issue. This is not a partisan fight. Democrats are in this fight for all Americans. And we urge Senate Republicans to join us to protect health care coverage for millions of Americans and end this painful government shutdown. Madam President, I yield the floor.
The senator from Maine.
Madam President, as if in legislative session and notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs be discharged from further consideration of S1377 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration, that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there objection?
Madam President,
The senator from Kentucky.
I object.
Objection is heard.
Madam President, I want to express some thoughts on this motion that was just objected to. We are in a ongoing, serious, and debilitating conflict in the world of cyber. It is one of the most serious threats this country faces. In fact, right at this moment, it is probably the most serious threat this country faces from nations.
The American people deserve affordable health care, and they deserve a government that works for them, not a government of threats, not a government of bullies. They deserve a government that comes together in a bipartisan way to find solutions to the problems and challenges they face. Sadly, right now, we are on day 18, where the Republicans in the House of Representatives have not reported to work. Day 18. I went over there this morning, and there are literally more statues of former Republican leaders than there are actual Republican House members in the entire House. I walked down the hallways. I went to the door. I went to see if anyone was there. There's no one there. There's just a bunch of statues of former leaders. We need real leaders right now over in the House that are willing to sit down and negotiate with members of the Senate and, yes, with the president. Not to be rubber stamps of the president, but to actually come back and say, this is what I'm hearing from my constituents, because we know what they're hearing. We have seen the numbers. And some of them have been willing to say it. Some of the House members on the Republican side, some of the senators. 3/4 of the people on the Affordable Care Act plans, according to a study from the Kaiser Family Foundation, 3/4 of them are in states won by President Trump. The vast majority of them are in red congressional districts. So we know what they're hearing because it's what I've been hearing. Some of the people are already getting notices in some states, like in Senator Warnock, Senator Ossoff's state of Georgia, that they're seeing a doubling of their premiums or a tripling of their premiums. And I have heard the proposed numbers in the state of Minnesota. It is not pretty. A few weeks ago, I went on a 13-county rural tour in my state. I visit all 87 counties every year. And I met with soybean farmers, and one of them told me that what he was seeing between the tariffs drying up his market, 60% of the soybeans in Minnesota are exported around the world. We're proud of that. We feed the world. Those markets have dried up. They can't sell their soybeans. They can't get a good price for their soybeans. Heard the same thing from our corn growers. So when you look at what's happening with their markets, and then you look at what's happening with their input costs for things like fertilizer because of the tariffs, of the Trump tariffs, and you look at the increases for them in their daily living expenses like electricity bills, like grocery bills, because these tariffs, and yes, these healthcare premiums. You look at this, and one soybean farmer told me this is a perfect storm of ugly. So what should our answer be? To stay away, like these Republican House members have done, because they're afraid of having a vote about the release of the Epstein files? That soybean farmer is like, what? Go take care of your business, but your job is to come here and help me. Families' budgets are being squeezed. The president promised he would bring down prices on day one, but instead it is day 261, and the opposite is happening, especially with healthcare. And this isn't a December problem or a January problem. This is a now problem, because November 1st is the date. November 1st is the date where these plans that are called different things in different states, in my state it's called MNsure, when these plans, which over 25% of our farmers are on, for one thing, and a whole bunch of small business owners, they're not working at some big corporation in a small business. They do not have the option of getting their plans that way. Instead, they rely on these types of plans from the state. Ours existed even before the Affordable Care Act, but is one of those Affordable Care Act plans. And so November 1st is when that marketplace opens up. And then they got to decide. They can't afford doubling the premiums. And that's what this fight is about. A poll published last week found that 78% of Americans think we should extend the ACA tax credits, including significant majorities of Democrats, Independents, and Republicans. Why don't my colleagues on the other side of the aisle and my colleagues that aren't here over in the House, Republicans, why don't they see this as an opportunity to do something good, to come to the table and do something good? That's what this is about to me. I thought that's what we were elected to do. But instead, what do we see? According to Minnesota's health insurance marketplace, a 30-year-old in Mower County, that's one of our rural counties kind of near the Iowa border, earning $39,000 per year would see their premium increase from $77 per month this year to $225 a month for the same plan. Not extra bells and whistles, the same plan. A family of 3 in Roseau County, that's way up north, with an annual income of $106,000, this is a family of 3, would see their premium jump from $675 a month to $1,100 a month, an annual increase of more than $5,000. A 60-year-old married couple in Bemidji, earning $85,000 per year. This is the middle of our state, beautiful lakes area, home of Paul Bunyan and Babe the Blue Ox, just dealt with a horrible, horrible storm, and their town showed this incredible resiliency. A 60-year-old married couple in Bemidji earning $85,000 per year will see their premium climb from less than $500 per month to $1,700 per month. That means an additional $15,000 next year for the same coverage. These increases are going to force people to make a decision. As my rural hospitals told me, behind closed doors, some of it, they said, so we've got a whole bunch of people that are going to be hurt by these Medicaid cuts that were in the bill, the budget bill this summer. And we've got a whole bunch of problems because $500 billion in Medicare cuts was automatically triggered by that big, beautiful bill, as it's called, or big, beautiful betrayal of a bill. $500 billion in Medicare cuts was triggered. Why? Because the debt went up so high because of all the tax cuts for the wealthiest. And that's just in law. If you put up the debt that much, you're going to get Medicare cuts that aren't going to hit individuals. They will eventually, but they're going to hit these hospitals. I say eventually because there's not going to be any place to go to get your health care if you're in a rural area and these hospitals and clinics start closing down. So on top of all that, Medicaid, the Medicare, then you layer on these Affordable Care Act issues. And what the people, the doctors and nurses told me was that because that's how so many of their patients get their health care, if they don't get their insurance, which some of them just won't be able to afford unless we do something about it, which is fully within our power to do. Like literally, you could take that money that was going to go to Argentina and screw over our soybean farmers in Minnesota, that $20 billion, I have no idea why that was a good idea. You can take that money and that's going to pay for a big chunk of just the first year of these tax credits for regular Americans, and not screw over our soybean farmers. So anyway, they told me that if you make sure these people still have insurance, that's a huge deal to these rural hospitals. It means that they can maybe just barely eke by and make it, because otherwise people are going to get rid of their insurance, then they're going to show up at the emergency rooms because they're not going to be getting not just primary care, but elective surgeries, regular things they should be getting because they don't have the insurance, and they're going to show up in the emergency rooms, and then the hospitals are going to be paying for that care. That's what we're dealing with here. And these increases are going to force people across the country to make these impossible decisions. Constituent was caught off guard of mine by a $2,000 premium increase. A family of four considering downgrading their insurance plan. And a father who expects that his family will owe $16,000 more next year. One woman currently saves more than $450 per month because of the ACA tax credit. She's retired, she's single, so she does not have any additional income coming in. And that gives her the $5,400 extra per year. And that is before you factor in, and this is important for people to know, because everyone's having trouble with what's going on in the insurance market right now. That's before you factor in what is expected to be a 21% increase in the premium. Another constituent has shared that her biggest fear is affording health care for her family. She said, please keep up the fight for the ACA subsidies. Every day the cost for just living goes up. I'm worried for my family. We know our healthcare system is far from perfect. There are many steps we should take to improve it. I could spend the whole day giving you some ideas that would be constructive. One of the things that I finally got passed into law that I spent years working on and leading the bill, a negotiation of prices under Medicare. Congress, before I got here, somehow locked itself in to what the prices should be under Medicare, and you could see people and our worthy veterans under the VA getting much better deals on their drugs than all of the seniors in America. Why? Because the VA was negotiating for prices and Medicare was banned from negotiating. So we opened that up for at least 10 drugs in the first year, drugs like Xarelto and Eliquis and Januvia and Jardiance, big drugs with big populations of people that use them. And we got that negotiation started during the last administration, and we're able to get some remarkable savings, but there should be many more savings. And these are supposed to be negotiated 15 more drugs and 15 more drugs and 15 more drugs. And I can tell you right now, I'm watching to make sure that happens. But there could be a lot more we could do on the front of pharmaceuticals and many other areas of healthcare. But instead, the least we can do right now is make sure that people are going to end up bankrupt when small farm bankruptcy is at a 5-year high right now, who live in rural areas. We're asking our colleagues to come to the table. We're asking the Republicans in the House of Representatives to return to work so that they aren't outnumbered by a bunch of statues that have been sitting there for 100 years in the rotunda. We'd like the real representatives to come back and join us in negotiating to end the shutdown, which is what we want, but also to do something to help Americans with their health care. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Our fight to make health care more accessible for all Americans. For the first time in 6 years, the government is shut down. Certainly nobody wanted to get to this point, including me. But we're here for one reason, because the MAGA Republicans shut down the government because they refused to address the health care crisis that they've created. Earlier this summer, the administration passed their, what we call the Big Bad Betrayal Act, as we call it, at a time when Americans are begging for financial relief. They were stripped of the health care, faced with the loss of health care for 15 million people. That's right. The MAGA Republicans have gutted more than $1 trillion over the next 10 years from Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act, health care that literally millions of Americans rely on. And we're not just talking years in the future, it starts this month. At the end of this year, the Affordable Care Act's tax credits will expire unless Republicans act now to extend them. If they don't, and they are clearly divided on this issue, premiums across the country, on average, are going to double starting next year. As a little perspective, that means many Coloradans will pay over $1,000 more for health care in 2026 than they did in 2025. Now, insurance companies are just starting to notify Americans about these massive cost increases. And you talk about a kick in the gut. When I was governor, we expanded health care to 400,000 Coloradans with help from the ACA tax credits. We got to 96% coverage for Coloradans to have health care. MAGA Republicans want to undo that progress, and we shouldn't let that happen. It doesn't end there. The budget bill is the centerpiece of a much broader campaign to strip health care coverage away from millions and millions of Americans. The moment the president took office, MAGA Republicans essentially handed him and Secretary Kennedy a free pass to attempt to dismantle our public health care system and to destroy much of the science-backed public health policy. Now, what exactly did they do? Well, the president and RFK Jr. fired every single member of the CDC's independent panel on vaccines and replaced them with vaccine skeptics, people that really didn't believe too much in the value of vaccines. Then when the president's own CDC director voiced her opposition, they fired her too. Now that puppet panel completely changed the COVID vaccine recommendations for Americans. Now folks across the country are struggling to figure out whether they can get a vaccine at the pharmacy and what it's going to cost. The president's first administration oversaw Operation Warp Speed, which developed the first COVID vaccines in what was almost a miraculously rapid time frame. But now he's actively undermining that same science. It's astounding. Reproductive health care, they're gutting that too. Again, back when I was governor in Colorado, we made free and low-cost birth control accessible to every Coloradan. We reduced unwanted pregnancies by almost 60%. Now this administration is doing everything they can to eliminate the last remaining abortion protections. They're threatening access to mifepristone, a medication that's been proven safe and effective for nearly 30 years. On top of that, they've completely given up on things like fighting cancer, slashing hundreds of millions of dollars in cancer-related research grants. That's right, you heard me clearly, cancer. Now we can't even agree that cancer is worth beating. If that wasn't enough, the White House actually reached out, publicized, the president talked to pregnant women, told pregnant women not to trust their doctors, but that they could feel assured that taking Tylenol while you're pregnant would cause autism. They did this without any scientific proof. It's hard to believe that they were telling pregnant women that Tylenol was going to cause autism. It's in many ways one large diabolical fear tactic, and it puts the health of so many Americans at risk. And we can't let it continue, which really brings us to this showdown. We're asking for this administration to negotiate and to take basic action to restore health care to Americans. MAGA Republicans I think they should be thanking us for giving them an off-ramp to undo the horrendous cuts that are going to ruin people's lives, real lives. It will